and I understand that they may be going through some changes and all of that, but they have definitely been a great resource for me to find some amazing interviews and all along those lines. So definitely good forward to great conversations and some great things to be had with Mr. Aaron Young, who's coming to us, I believe, from Australia, but he's definitely had an interesting life. And of course, we're going to explore some of the things that he's had happen in his life and how he's just doing in general. And I know that I actually was running an errand earlier today. It was a little bit on the hot side, and it's definitely been some hot weather here in Durham, North Carolina, and definitely even got caught in the rain. So maybe some people out there thinking about those classic singing in the rain kind of songs, because I was gone to run some errands, getting some household supplies and things of that nature, and then stopped by to get some food. And of course, I had my back to the outside, so I did not know what the weather was looking like, and having my nice little sandwich and enjoying my sandwich. And then I turned around and I'm like, wow, not quite a monsoon, because that would be if I was in India or something like that, but it sure looked almost like our version of a monsoon and all of that. So I was definitely going like, I might have to sit here and wait for a minute while the rain passes by. And definitely it did pass by. And by the time I left, since I was doing that walking thing, it was just kind of a drizzle. So I didn't get totally wet, but it was definitely some wet weather and even definitely some hot weather. We've been in the middle of a heat wave. So I'm going to bring Mr. Aaron in. We'll have a conversation about how things are going in his part of the world as well. Always great to have some amazing guests that are willing to share a lot of things that they've got happening where they are. So going to see what he's got happening and what he wants to bring to our attention, because it's just like some very hot and crazy weather here. So we're going to see what's going on in his part of the world, and if it's as bad there as it is here and all of that. So very curious to see what he says is going on where he's at, and if he's having the same kind of weather, and whether it's improving or even getting worse, because we definitely know that COVID has impacted a lot of what we've got going on in our world. So looking forward to a truly amazing conversation with Mr. Young, and looking forward to seeing what he's got to say about how things are going on where he is at. But of course, like all things in technology, it doesn't want to seem to want to cooperate. That's why you always bring a backup system and things along those lines. So while he's sitting there in the backstage, and we have this whole, not a whole team, but just a team of one, we're going to make sure that this thing happens one way or the other. Because as he's probably learned by now, I am a determined person. That's why I've always had conversations with him and had various interviews and things along those lines. So, doesn't matter what's going on, we're going to find a way to get by and make the system happen so that we can have this fantastic interview that I've been looking forward to for days on end. So we're not going to let something simple like some minor little technology or technical glitches stop us from having the fun conversation that we want to have. So if y'all will just sit tight, we're going to make this thing happen one way or the other, because I definitely believe in persistence and all of that. So persistence is a great thing to have happen in the world. So definitely we love having persistence, and we're going to maintain that persistence and all of that. So I'm actually going to switch to computers and get off the other one and see if we can't remove that review and everything. And then we're going to bring Mr. Aaron, and we're going to actually change the conversation and actually get off that computer and get off the echo, because we don't need to have the echo. And I'm going to actually move the seating and everything so that we can actually get this interview going on. Because as I was telling Mr. Aaron, I'm not going to let something simple like minor technology stop us from having these great conversations and all of that. So how are you doing, Mr. Aaron? Like I said, I know that you're over there in Australia, and we've been going through a lot of things, whether that's the pandemic, whether that's the over there in the West Coast. And I do have friends in California, the fires. And of course, we're just having like lovely heat wave here in Durham, North Carolina. So I do know that one of the guys that comes on our new show is a fund person or involved in hedge funds and things of that nature, and that being Shaquille Latimer. So I do know a little bit about Australia, because he'll come on and share a little bit about where he's from. And I want to say that that is Perth, because I don't think he's in Sydney, but I know that he oftentimes talks about what he's got going on, including his racing of the dogs and things along those lines. But how are you doing? And of course, I'd love to learn more about this fantastic story of yours, because when I was reading about what you've gone through, I've gone through, like, man, this man has been through more in some lives than some people have had in their entire life. And you're in a like maybe that middle range of life. But I'm going like, he's got almost like not one, not two, but probably 5 books in his life story and all of that, from the days of your mom and what you went through with her, the near death experience, on to like even being abducted and some of the other things that you had going on in your life. So definitely, I'm sure our audience will be fascinated by the various things that have happened with you. So definitely, if you will share a little bit about your story and definitely how you're just doing in general, because I know a lot of folks, when we have global fans and global audience people, we love to know how they're doing in these hard times, particularly with the pandemic and just with life in general.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the opportunity to join you. I love technology when it works because it lets us join like this. I mean, I'm 47 now, and when I was a little kid, never would you thought that I'd be sitting on a camera like this, talking to you over the other side of the world live, being able to do a show like this. It sort of still scratched my head. I know that's a bit of the dinosaur in me, but I love the opportunity to share my story. Firstly, I'm doing incredibly. The sun's out, winter's passing, and I'm not going to brag too much, but I was up swimming in the beach at about 6 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
So it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I ran a free meditation and breathwork course. So I did that with a bunch of men on the beach this morning, and then I went for a quick swim. And now I get to sit here and have a chat with you, and maybe, just maybe, inspire someone with parts of my story.
Yeah.
Pandemic. Oh, what do you say? A lot of fear, a lot of craziness, a lot of insanity. We're very lucky here. We haven't hardly been touched by it. I mean, and that's the honest truth. I can have an opinion on what I see on the news and what I hear from people. For me personally here, the only effect it's had on me that is drastic is I can't travel. So as we'll sort of talk about, I've got 2 children who are stuck in Zimbabwe, which is in Southern Africa.
Right.
So I'm not able to see them.
Mm.
So that's the drastic impact it's had. But as far as day-to-day life for me, COVID hardly touches us. Our lockdowns, I'm on the beach. We live in a very sort of spread out neighborhoods. We don't have any dense living, so we get very few cases. And when we do, normally people recover very quickly. We get very few deaths. So it's one of those things that COVID's actually acted as a positive in that regard, because I'm grateful every day. It reminds me to be humble and very
I'm sure our audience will be fascinated by the various things that have happened with you. So definitely, if you will share a little bit about your story and definitely how you're just doing in general, because I know a lot of folks, when we have global fans and global audience people, we love to know how they're doing in these hard times, particularly with the pandemic and just with life in general.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the opportunity to join you. I love technology when it works because it lets us join like this. I mean, I'm 47 now, and when I was a little kid, never would you thought that I'd be sitting on a camera like this, talking to you over the other side of the world live, being able to do a show like this. It sort of still scratched my head. I know that's a bit of the dinosaur in me, but I love the opportunity to share my story. firstly, I'm doing incredibly. The sun's out, winter's passing, and I'm not going to brag too much, but I was up swimming in the beach at about 6 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
So it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I ran a free meditation and breathwork course. So I did that with a bunch of men on the beach this morning, and then I went for a quick swim. And now I get to sit here and have a chat with you, and maybe, just maybe, inspire someone with parts of my story.
Yeah.
Pandemic. Oh, what do you say? A lot of fear, a lot of craziness, a lot of insanity. We're very lucky here. We haven't hardly been touched by it. And that's the honest truth. I can have an opinion on what I see on the news and what I hear from people. For me personally here, the only effect it's had on me that is drastic is I can't travel. So as we'll sort of talk about, I've got 2 children who are stuck in Zimbabwe, which is in Southern Africa.
Right.
So I'm not able to see them.
Mm.
So that's the drastic impact it's had. But as far as day-to-day life for me, COVID hardly touches us. Our lockdowns, I'm on the beach. We live in very sort of spread out neighborhoods. We don't have any dense living, so we get very few cases. And when we do, normally people recover very quickly. We get very few deaths. So it's one of those things that COVID's actually acted as a positive in that regard, because I'm grateful every day. It reminds me to be humble and very grateful for the fact that we're not impacted, and that we can look at the rest of the world with empathy. And look, that's what my life journey has taught me to do, and that's why I'm actually quite graceful and happy that I can see the world like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And you actually brought up something you even talked about, like the men's group that you were with earlier today over there in the beach and enjoying the beach. So how important do you think it is in these times for us to find that work-life balance, or as a friend of mine likes to call it, the life-work balance, because they sometimes think that we've got it backwards, that we should actually be putting the life versus the work. But oftentimes when we hear the phrase, we hear it as work-life balance and all of that. But I was just wondering your thoughts about how even you incorporate some of these conversations with the man that you are talking to. And is it strictly a man group, or do you sometimes have women in the group as well? Or how does that space work?
Well, I do all sorts of work. It just depends. This group has started off with men. I think it'll expand into both men and women. It was through a fatherhood group that we were just all friends with, and I thought I would just do a little bit of work with them for free. And I know there's already 2 women who want to come, and I think it'll expand. I tend to be focusing a little bit more on men for a very good point you just mentioned, and that is this work-life balance. Men have got caught up in a really sort of toxic cycle of measuring themselves off their work and off their finances. And they're spending so much time chasing this never-ending dream of more money and harder work and more status that they're forgetting that as men, our primary goal in this life, regardless of where you are in the world, is to be the pivotal support center for our families.
Right.
We are, to use a phrase, the energetic center of our home. If we're not present, if we're not there, then we've got a mother who's now trying to do 3 or 4, 5, 6 things by herself, and she's trying to raise these kids. Without our presence, all the money in the world doesn't create a home.
Yeah, that's very true. And you talk about that hunt for status, and I've actually been involved in some rooms in Clubhouse and in some of the other social media spaces. And it does seem that sometimes people get too caught up in that need for status, that need for whatever status means, whether that's the finest cars or the finest houses, or in some cases, the finest women and things of that nature and everything. And I'm not saying that that's not an important aspect, but I've always argued that we should try to be as balanced as possible in all things in our life. And I think of us as humans as being composed of the mental, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. So I think I've said all 4 of them correctly: mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional. That was the other one that I did not put in there and everything. So I definitely think that we're tied into all of those aspects of ourselves, but too often we don't do a good job of trying to make sure that we are well in all of those. And I know a lot of times we don't even, I know in the African-American and minority community, we sometimes are have a hard enough time wanting to go see our doctors, meaning our physical doctors. And then if you bring in the concept of a therapist or somebody that's going to help us on that life journey, that mental journey, that spiritual, and even that emotional journey, we sometimes get afraid of even having those conversations. So you've been doing this on a global level. I was just wondering, would you agree that that's something that we need to do a better job of making sure that we are well in all of the aspects of ourselves?
It is the smartest thing and the most intelligent thing I've heard in a very long time, because you could have just stolen the words out my mouth, because I use the terms heart, mind, body, and soul, which represent the four things that you've just talked about. If you look around the world, and it's very easy for us to do that with the internet and with TV at the state we're in, that is an example of what happens when you don't live the balanced life. And as men, emotional, what emotions? Men are raised to be tough, to suppress and hide everything. And then what happens is it all gets bottled up, and then it flies out in either uncontrollable anger, or it flies out more often in addictions to alcohol, drugs, women, relationships, work, gym, ego, which is the status. And we don't actually have an understanding of what is healthy anymore. We seem to think that, like we talk about, having the finest woman, the finest car, the finest amount of money is everything. And the truth is, it's not feeding you on an emotional or spiritual level, which means that you're mentally, going along at a lovely pace, and you can measure everything. You can put on a table, look at the stuff I've got. But then when you look inside and you try to go quiet and actually see, who am I? We've got no clue anymore.
Right. No,
We're
I
lost.
definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that. And one of the other things that I think sometimes happens in relationships even is that we get so caught up on the surface aspect of relationships that we don't even dig, whether it's a friendship or a love relationship, into the quality of the relationship. And I think a lot of times we don't even think about what that quality is. And I've coined a phrase. I was actually on Clubhouse and shared it with an author, and a friend of mine gave it a different term, but it had the same meaning and everything. But I came up with this term that I call the placemat relationship. So it's like when you find the relationship that you're comfortable with, and you might want something of a different size or a better relationship or even a better job, but you keep the one that you've got until you find the one that's better, and you actually go after it. So it's kind of like the way you would have a placemat in a dinner setting and all of that. And a dear friend of mine calls that the trying to think of her phrase, the meanwhile relationship. So, you'll do in the meanwhile kind of things along those lines and everything. So I just wondering, in your own life, have you seen that, where a lot of times, even in jobs, because I know that there have been times in my own life where I might have been wanting to pursue a job or pursue an interest in terms of work or even relationships, and I have not necessarily gone after them and have talked myself out of them. And then by the time I talked myself into it, the job was gone, or in some cases, the relationship had moved on to another relationship if there was that opening for that relationship. So I just wondered some of your thoughts about the ways that we don't even address those things within ourselves.
Yeah, I think we all do that. I think the reason I'm quite good at what I do is because I'm guilty of all these things too. I mean, I don't think it's very hard to teach someone when you haven't done it yourself. And, meanwhile, placement is exactly a good point, in that we struggle to be alone. And that's why there's always this obsessive need for something to replace what we've got. Because if you were to take that risk and not have that job, not have that relationship, you would have to actually spend a lot more time looking at yourself.
We're from Australia, so we're going to see how this plays out, everything. So we're going to wait for him to come back. There we go. You were saying that we struggle to be, you're saying we struggle to be alone and everything?
Yeah, we struggle with silence, or we struggle with solitude. So all these things, whether it be jobs, whether it be relationships, whether it be anything, we always want something to fill the gap.
Right.
We don't like the idea is, if we take that job away, what are we going to do for that interim until we either find that job, or what are we going to do in regards to putting effort into being better so we can find the job that we're actually looking for? We want easy. We want something to come along, walk into our lives and present itself, so we can just go, oh, I could just go that way now.
Right.
We've forgotten that we are primarily, if you take away all the fancy houses and all the stuff that we've got, primarily we're built for challenge.
Mm-hmm.
We're survivors as a species. That's where we've gotten to where we are. But we seem to have forgotten that challenge is where our growth is. We don't want challenge anymore. We don't want to put any effort in. We don't really want to. And that's why I think we're struggling, because everything is delivered to us. And we don't like the idea of silence, of solitude, of sitting there and going, I'm going to take a risk with no job. I'm going to have nothing. I might even be poor for a while. And you know what? In that moment you choose to do that, you learn more about yourself than you have the previous comfort years of 5-10 years. Because when you've got nothing, you look at yourself differently. You have to be resourceful. You're in that challenge, and in that challenge, you're forced to step forward and create. You're forced to step into it and solve a problem. And when everything's solved for you, and when the relationship just pitches up, you don't have to do any work. You don't have to change, because it's there. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Just turn away from that one and I turn to that one. Same with the job. So we've come to a point of stagnant. We're stagnant as a
Yeah.
species. There's not a lot of growth. Now we're lucky. We're on the search. We're talking about it. We're asking these questions. But what we're trying to do, I guess, now is filter this out to a wider audience and get more people to ask this question. What's it like to feel uncomfortable? Get uncomfortable.
Right.
With your opinions, with your job, with your relationship, with your parenting style. That's where you'll find growth.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I know a lot of times and we alluded to it at the beginning, it seems to me that when COVID first started and the pandemic started happening, whether it was in Malaysia, Australia, or other parts of the world, that's when we went into what I call that disaster mode. And we definitely had a lot more empathy. And I know you used that word earlier for our fellow man and for other humans was what they were going through, whether they were losing loved ones or whether they were going through the disease themselves and being on ventilators or whatever was happening. But what I find happens too often is that we have these moments of disaster, whether it's something that's as long as this has been, because we're now coming close to 2 years of it being in the world and everything, or whether it's something that's more immediate, like the attacks on 9/11 or Katrina, which were in New Orleans, or even the storm Sandy, which hit New York and everything. But we can even use some of the bigger storms that like hit the Asian countries, like those world-shattering earthquakes and monsoons and stuff like that. And we always want to give to the people, like rush out to aid them and all of that. But then as soon as it is, and we're very helpful with the people and wanting to be friendly with our neighbors and all of that. But as soon as the disaster is over, then we go back to our own regular selfish ways. So I just wondered some of your thoughts about that, because I find that a lot of times when we're in this space, we're observing a lot of things. Like I remember we were observing how there were parts of nature that we hadn't seen. Like there were dolphins coming into Sicily and parts of the world that we hadn't seen because we were locked into the house. So nature had a little bit more free reign and everything. And we were observing that, really loving it and everything. But now that this has become a way of life or a normal way of life, we're seeing people go back to their old ways of attacking each other, whether that's over the vaccination debate or the mask debate or a lot of the other debates that are out there. So it's like at the beginning of a disaster, we have this, for lack of a better term, this kumbaya kind of feeling. But as soon as it becomes either the norm or part of the reg, we go back to our normal ways of dissent and fight with each other. But that's just my observations. I was wondering your thoughts.
Yeah, well, again, you've hit it spot on, and it's probably for me the thing that I struggle, and I'm trying to understand better how to inspire people to look at, because this idea of selfishness and where we've come as a species is kind of scary at times. Because you're right, when there's a massive media-driven disaster, empathy will pour out of us. But people aren't going to like when I say this. What happens is that empathy is driven by ego. We're giving because it feels good to give. We're not giving without we're not actually just giving for the sake of giving.
Right.
This seems to be something that's happened to us over probably the last 40 or 50 years. And like you said, then what happens very quickly is withdraw into ourselves, into our homes. And at best, we care about our immediate family.
Yeah.
We're not actually connecting with the world sincerely outside of ourselves anymore. And this is something I'm trying to do more with men, because I believe it starts as a parent. I believe it's starting in fatherhood. I believe that the father's desire for work, money, status, and all these things that society has told him are important is taking him away from being able to connect with his children. And therefore, they're being forced to then selfishly raise that side of them that's missing. Yeah. And so we're just breeding this to a selfishness. When a father comes in and his kids are safe and they see a selfless man, that is leader by example. But we've got men who just by society, we're not blaming. I'm not saying men are bad, and I'm not saying what is going on is wrong and people are bad. It's just where we've ended up as a society, anywhere in the first world, where society tells you to earn, work, earn. Don't have a home, you need to have a home. If you don't have a home, you're a bad this. And that drives us into this selfish state of, I've got to do what's right by me and by my family. The problem is that's broken down communities. We need community. We are tribal people. Doesn't matter where you're from in the world, and I've seen most of the world. We've lost that tribal aspect of us, that community sense where, like you brought up, helping your neighbor just because you're helping him, not because he's sick, but you get a special, like we've next door, we've got people who are picking strawberries, and every day they're throwing 2-3 kilos of strawberries over the fence just to be nice. They don't want anything. that's rare these days. And I think it's something that the only way we'll change is by doing. So I have to do it. I can't tell you, I can't talk on 50 podcasts. Like the only way I can teach people is to do it.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I know my dad did this artwork because he's an artist. I mean, he's done a lot of things. He's also been a media person, but one of his artist display works was basically a piece called Thoughts and Prayers. And it actually alludes to what we're talking about, which is it was set up almost like the pull the fire kind of notice. And it was like, in case of emergency, grab one of these. And in the artwork is the term thoughts and prayers, because the whole concept of the artwork was that too often when we have a disaster, we give platitudes. So we tell people that we want to put our thoughts and prayers out there when what they really need is some help, whether that's physical help or mental help or even financial help. And we're sitting there saying that, we're going to do these thoughts and prayers. And I'm not knocking prayers or even thoughts, but, sometimes you need actual action, and thoughts and prayers aren't necessarily going to help the cause. And that's kind of the purpose of what his display artwork was talking about, because it was one of those installation pieces that he spread throughout the Triangle area, which is what we call Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill. But I was just wondering your thoughts about how sometimes we do have this concept of only doing thoughts and prayers and wanting to give platitudes without really putting action behind those platitudes.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is just one of those society things. I think it's part of what I term disconnection. I try to explain to people, you just got to look at this idea that we don't sincerely connect with people anymore. When I talk to people, I specifically make eye contact.
Right.
I specifically want to listen to them. I do silly things like when I ring someone from a shop to ask them a question, I listen to the person's name and I ask them how their day is.
Right.
And I actually wait for them to reply. Now, this seems kind of trivial, and people go, what are you talking about? And what I'm saying is that I took 5 seconds out of my day to sincerely care about that person. We don't do much of that anymore. I will say, how are you? But we're not listening for the reply. We're doing things on script almost. It's almost like we've got to a point where these are things that have been, again, conditioned by watching parents and grandparents and TV, that you're supposed to say that.
Yeah.
But why are you? Where's that the lesson in why do you do it? Why do you ask how someone is? To actually find out how they are.
Yeah.
And it seems to be lost, and it seems really silly and small. But when we get back to this idea that it matters how that person behind the counter feels, it matters on the person on the end of that telephone, it matters even a family member we don't talk to often. When we say, how are you? We're actually saying, how are you?
Right.
We listen to that reply and sincerely connect with that feeling. Because if you do that and they say, I'm good, you'll go, hang on, you're not. Right. Do you need a hand? Are you okay?
Yeah.
We don't stop to care. And again, that's not blame. I'm not saying that humans have done anything wrong. We've just got to be honest with where we're at. And we are at a point right now, really honestly, where we just have disconnected. And we're just in here, all in here, living in our heads.
Yep.
Very rarely stopping long enough, like you said, to balance that heart, mind, body, soul, and going, how are you? And when was the last time someone asked me that and I told the truth?
Wow. That's amazing. And you're right. A lot of times if they ask us, we don't even give them sincere answers. I also sometimes wonder, and I don't know your own faith journey or your own spirituality journey, and I actually think of them as being two different things, because sometimes people can get caught up in the institution of the church and not necessarily the message of the church or even the message of spirituality, because I actually consider myself more of a spiritual person than a religious person. And I can explain that on a couple of these episodes and all of that. But that being said, I sometimes also wonder about how some of these institutions also give a double standard. I know part of the space that you're in is kind of like trying to help fathers and men be really well with themselves and everything. And I sometimes think that we give double standards. I know I was talking to a young lady from California, and I'm in North Carolina, and we were talking about, because she was raised in that church environment, about how there was almost a double standard. And I've had this conversation with a few women, where almost the women are told to be pure as driven stove, and the guys, to some degree, are being told to shop around, to borrow some of the terminology from pop culture and everything. And the two don't really go together, because if you're telling a woman to be pure as driven snow, and you're telling the guy to shop around and to be involved in all of these relationships and everything, it's like two opposite extremes that you're telling folks to do. And therefore, I think that that's part of the conflicts that go on in relationships. But I was just wondering your thoughts, because I do think that it's not just the church. I can also put school and education in that. I can put a couple of institutions in that it does seem that there's sometimes double standards that exist, even the way that we've treated the Me Too movement and some of the other movements and women in the workplace. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about institutions and the role of institutions, even in our relationship conversations.
Yeah, look, I think this is a really good point, and I think COVID's also a good example where we actually got something very clearly in front of us here, where I think sometimes we forget that these institutions are run, organized, and driven by human beings, by men,
Right.
women. We set them up on a pivot, on a stage, as if everything they say and do is correct and right, and we've lost this ability to think for ourselves. And if we look at the way COVID in some places has been handled across the world, what we're clearly shown is that they have absolutely no clue what they're doing, because they've never been here before. And a lot of what we see in any institution, whether it be organized religion or anything like that, is that we're seeing people who don't know. They're driven by the same desires and impulses that just you and I are.
Right.
So when we put them on a pedestal and we expect and we follow them blindly, what happens is we actually lose touch with ourselves. And so again, it comes back to this disconnect. It really just is a society driven by excuse. It's like, well, I did it because someone else taught me, or this institution told me that was the right way to go about it. And the reason I focused in on men again, and it's only recent that I've realized this, is because I'm just starting to understand how important a stable, peaceful man is in himself, not attached to his faith, not attached to anything, attached. Spiritual is a good way to look at it, to himself.
Right.
Because when he's truly at peace, yes, he'll have his faith structure, and that, as you said, is very personal choice. But his real, true spirituality and faith is in himself. Minus the car, minus the job, minus the body, minus the girl, minus the everything. So I've started to understand that I believe if we can get men back to that pivotal point of just peace, you don't have to be physically strong necessarily. You don't have to be incredibly smart. You just need to be at peace with yourself, which sounds, again, people go, it's hippie, and no, it's not. It's immense strength in it, because when you're at peace and when you can understand an institution's role in your life, but still maintain your self-purpose, your partner feels safe to be a mother and a moral guide to your children, and your children feel safe to travel along their journey without fear. Because when you're at peace, fear struggles to enter your home. Right now, what most institutions, I believe, sadly, are doing is battling with fear. There's this divide and conquer mentality. And again, we've got to come back to the reality that they're run by humans. They're men and women just like you and I. And a lot of the time when an institution ends up in a situation like we are in the world right now, it doesn't know what to do. And when we don't know what to do, we revert to fear, and we revert to making things up, and we revert to sometimes not the greatest human traits.
No, definitely. Speaking of not the greatest human traits, and it actually comes back to another part of your journey that I want to explore, and also just even how you have two nephews, and I know that part. How's it going, folks? Definitely a great interview, and we'll continue with that interview later on. Definitely, we will pick up there, and we'll have some more conversations with Mr. Young. But just wanted to bring you a little bit of that because we've got some other amazing guests as well. Of course, we always love to bring these great and amazing guests on a regular basis. So definitely get ready to switch up and bring in Mr. David Stevens, who is a masterful musician. And definitely I've had some great guests that have come from the person that is handling his publicity. So Desiree Benson has shared with me a number of great guests, and I'm looking forward to having a conversation with Mr. Stevens as well, and definitely looking forward to learning more about the various things that he's been involved in. And then, of course, we may have more continuation of the interview that I pre-recorded with Mr. Young later on, either on another episode of this particular show or at a later time, even within this show. But definitely, I'm always glad to have Desiree's artists come in and for them to share the various things that they have been doing in their life. And I do know that Mr. Stevens has been involved in quite a few things, and I'm looking forward to learning even more about this stellar gentleman and all of that. So definitely want to thank Desiree for bringing him to my attention and for definitely bringing him to this show and this platform, because we're always glad to find some truly amazing folks that are doing some great works and all of that. So that being said, I'm going to bring Mr. Stevens into the conversation, and we're going to hear more and more about what he's got going on in his life and everything along those lines. How you doing, Mr. Stevens? Glad to get you on here. Like I said, Desiree was kind enough to tell me about you and to tell me about the different things that you've got going on, including definitely having won some awards and, of course, being a person definitely in the music game. And I know you've had some friends of mine that have been on here, and definitely Desiree has also brought some great artists as well. I can know that she made Henry available, who is, of course, down with the sound of Philadelphia, and some other clients of hers have appeared on here as well. So definitely glad you were able to come here on the International Broadcast Media. And of course, we've got listeners and fans from around the country. So definitely, I would love to know how you're doing just in general, because I know a lot of times musicians are struggling as, of course, definitely the pandemic has impacted a lot of segments of society. And I would definitely argue that music is one of those segments. But a lot of you musicians have also been using this as a time to get back into the studios and do your work in the studios as you prepare to get back out, even though I know a lot of people are concerned about the new variants that's out there. And I actually just ran into a gentleman recently that was with a Styx tour, and he was talking about that they were still going on with their tour, but there were other bands that were stopping or that were concerned because of what's going on in society. But I do know that music is an important part of our healing process, whether it's the healing around relationships, the healing around politics and race relations, or whether it's just healing as in medical healing, because I think that music plays a very vital role in our healing in general. So I guess the first question I've got to ask you, Mr. Stevens, is how are you doing and how are you coping during these particular times?
Oh, wow. How are you? First of all, thank you so much for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. And can you hear me is the first thing?
Yes, hear you loud and clear.
Great. Okay, great. I'm doing well. This has been a good time for me, a good time of reflection, a good time for me to grow some of the other things that I have been working on in my career, and also spend a lot of quality family time. I mean, a lot of quality time with my family. I've always been a big family guy, but the pandemic forced us to be in close contact all the time. You know, my kids and my wife and everything. So it's just been a blessing for me in that regard. You know, it was a little difficult losing gigs and you know, and those things, but I was able to still do well because I write and produce for a lot of artists, and so that's been my main thing. But yes, doing well.
Glad to know that you're doing well. I know that we would go back into your early parts of your career. You definitely went to a premier music school and everything, that being Berkeley. And of course, Berkeley has a great reputation for creating all kinds of amazing musicians that sometimes go into the realm of definitely performing, but also the realm of film and another of other realms as well. So I guess the first question I got to ask is, at what point did you decide that music was your calling, that music was your life, and that you really wanted to pursue this as a career, knowing that you've been doing it for a number of years and have definitely had tremendous success? But at what point in your life did you know that this was the journey for you?
Let's see. Well, I was about 14 years old when I started playing, and it just kind of skyrocketed really quickly. I started playing, and at the same time started trying to write and produce and go into the studio and stuff. And some of the earlier songs were hilarious. But I think it was about age 15 when I started to see that this could actually be something. And then I ferociously went after it all my teenage years. I spent all my free time that I wasn't with my friends or whatever. I was in there just practicing, learning, and trying to learn things about even the business at that age. And you know, so I think by 15 I kind of knew this was the path. I felt it in my spirit. You know, this was it.
Now, I noticed that one of your big influences, and it's somebody that a lot of people have been influenced by, was Babyface. And I was just wondering how you came to having that as one of your influences, and how that became a person that inspired you, and who are some of the other people that have inspired you as well. And if you had the opportunity yet to work with Babyface also.
No, I haven't had the opportunity to work with him, and every interview I get on, I put it out there. If you know him, or if you know anybody that knows him, please get me in contact, because I would love that. But yes, he was a big influence
You froze on me there, so I'm not sure what happened there. I lost your audio. So, like I said, I know. Can you hear me now? Because I can't hear. Yeah, I don't hear you anymore. So you might have to pop back out and pop back in because somehow I lost hearing you. I'm not hearing you at all right now. So
All
I
right.
know
Now,
that.
are we back?
There we go. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, now I can't hear you.
Yo, you can't hear me because I can hear you now, but you can't hear me.
I don't know what this is about, but
Let's see if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
I got you.
All right, cool. So you're talking about Babyface and the influence of Babyface.
Yes. So, just hearing his songs on the radio, I used to always, I mean, just his art of songwriting, the way he put so much feeling into the songs, and all the artists that he worked with, he always had a signature sound, and I feel like he always had like really great things to say about love and about family and different things like that. And I feel like that's something that's actually missing in the music business now. You know, the popular songs are not talking about family and healthy love and all of that kind of stuff. And so, just even as a young guy, that I was very attracted to that. And then as far as other influences go, George Benson was probably the godfather for me. Norman Brown, George Duke, of course, Stevie Wonder. You know, all of those guys. You know, I definitely um, was influenced by them.
Yeah, and no doubt about that. There's some great influences to be having and everything. You alluded to it earlier with the way that you wish music was now, and I know that a lot of times people do get frustrated because they wish they heard more of those classic love songs from back in the day. Definitely like that 70s, and I would even argue definitely the 60s and maybe even part of the 80s sound and everything. But apparently we're not hearing it as much now. So I was just wondering your thoughts just about like music business in general, because I know a lot of times when I talk to friends of mine in the music business, there's a double-edged sword. They are glad that they have more opportunities to put their music out, be it through YouTube or Reverb Nation or a number of other things like that. But they get frustrated because the radio market, for the most part, is controlled by like 4 or 5 major entities. Clear Channel
Mhm.
being one, Radio One being another, and there might be some others in there as well. So I just wondering, what are your thoughts about the direction of the music business and how you even get your word out there and your music out there? Because definitely I have seen from Desiree that you've been doing a good job of getting your word out there, but I know it can be frustrating to the musicians of the world.
Yeah, I would say, well, there's a couple questions in there. Well, first, I want to shout out Desiree, and I really appreciate it. She's an amazing publicist, and man, working with her has been wonderful. So, hey, Desiree. And then, but to answer your question, the direction music is going in. So, I've been asking the question of myself for the last couple of years: what happened to the well-rounded business? You know, the most of the music that you hear commercially now on the radio and everything is all geared towards kids, and that's fine. But I remember back in the day there was a place for that. You know, there was a place for kids music, there was a place for adults music, but the industry has put more money behind the children, you know, focusing on children. And I feel like, you know, all of us are still here. So we still want to hear Tony Braxton come out with a new album, or, you know, Anthony Hamilton or somebody like that. You know, the audience is still here. We haven't gone anywhere, but the support and the money has not been behind those artists and that kind of music. So in that respect, I don't necessarily like where the industry is headed. I do feel like it's beginning to get a little bit more creative again with some of the younger artists. I feel like they're now starting to kind of go into some different areas, but not necessarily in their message, mostly in their you know, musicality. So I like that, and I yeah, and so I feel like there's some room for a lot of different kinds of music. There's more jazz, more R&B, more older music. You know, some season needs to get back in this thing. You know.
I hear you.
Yeah.
One of the things I've had some conversations with some friends of mine. I'm friends with Reese Palmer, who is some people would consider her neo country, and then I've got friends that are definitely in the kind of that neo soul kind of sound lane and everything, and definitely some friends in the funk music lane. And blues has always been a favorite style of mine and everything. But when I talk to some musicians, they really don't like to be labeled because they really like to play different styles of music. They like to incorporate the different styles, including the styles that I just mentioned and everything. So what do you say when folks want to label you one way or another? If they want to label you as an R&B performer, if they want to label you as a jazz performer, if they want to label you this way or another, is that something that you are comfortable with? Or do you, like many musicians, like to incorporate a lot of different styles and would prefer it if they did not label you, but let you live in all the various lanes?
Yeah, I think that's the thing with me. I'm all over the place with influences. So I mean, I grew up with everything. I mean, I remember there was a season when I was binging on Elvis, or James Brown or any. But then I also listen to a lot of the new stuff that's out. So I don't necessarily like being in that box. I do understand that people like to have some kind of labels because it helps them make their music choices. And I get all of the compartments and everything that we have to be in, but I'm always referred to as a genre bender because I add so many different influences into my music. There's rock, there's pop, there's R&B, there's all kinds of stuff within it. And so and actually I'm proud of my body of work when I look back because like no album is the same. Every album was different, and you can hear each influence in every album. Where I was at the moment. So yeah, I definitely don't like the pigeonhole.
Yeah, it's always good when you can bend and mix the different styles of music and everything. I
Sure.
mentioned the Berkeley, and definitely here in Durham, we have North Carolina Central University, which has a strong music department, and also Duke University, which has a strong music department. I'm actually friends with one of the people involved, well, actually several people involved in both of those universities in their music departments. John Brown being over at Duke and Ira Wiggins being over at Central, but a number of the other teachers as well as students. But I was just wondering, from your perspective, do you think that it is good for people to get that kind of academic training in music, or do you find that sometimes can pull away from their skill sets and everything? So definitely I've heard some people that were not trained necessarily in terms of academically in music, but they feel that they have done a good job as well. And some of them may have been trained in the church, or some of them may have just been self-trained. So I was just wondering your thoughts as to the importance of music education.
So for me, I had a different path. I played for many years, and I went to undergrad at UMass for philosophy. I was considering at that time whether I was going to do music or whether I was going to become a lawyer or what. And so philosophy seemed to be a safe place to land. And I did that. And then music really took off for me. And so I started moving around, went to Nashville. I did all kinds of stuff. And then later in life, I decided that I wanted to get heavier into the business side. And so I went and got my master's from Berkeley in business. They have a business degree that focuses heavily on music and entertainment and arts and stuff like that. But it's heavily marketing focused and in the actual nuts and bolts of the music industry. So that was my path, and I think that changed me when I got my master's degree. It changed my way of thinking. It introduced me to professors who had real life experience, and they taught me things that I didn't even realize were had existed. And so
Nope, we lost you again. Hopefully he's going to come back. We lost him there because he was talking about some of the things that he had gained in terms of knowledge. We lost the sound there. He's trying to come back on the sound again. So we're going to see what happens in that regards. I was definitely enjoying his conversation and some of the things that he was sharing about what he's learned, and definitely learned from the space of definitely being in there. So we're going to bring him back. Hopefully this will work. All right. You were sharing about what you had learned from business and everything.
So so business wise, I'm a strong proponent of getting education and really understanding what you're jumping into. Like my kids say, I want to play basketball, or I want to do. One of my sons wants to do film. He's amazing, But I'm like, son, you got to go understand the business of it. You have to understand the history of it. You have to know what happened before and what, and see what the trends are that are, coming in the future. But all of that comes from that educational training.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You mentioned it, and I was wondering your thoughts about this, which is that too often we hear entertainers, and it's not just musicians, it's artists too, like visual artists, photographers, and a number of others get caught up in the show aspect, the skill part of it and everything, but they don't do that well in business. So what advice would you give to folks, as definitely it is called show business for a reason. So what advice would you give to folks about the business aspect of entertainment? Because I do know that too often we find entertainers of all sorts that are really good at the whatever their skill set is, but they're not that great on the business aspect.
Right. I think one piece of advice that I got one time was I went into working a Guitar Center. I was much younger and looking for a part-time job, and I went in and I was all excited about playing. And I was talking to the manager, the hiring manager, and he said to me, "You do understand that, I don't care how well you play, you have to sell guitars." And he said, if you're not comfortable with being a salesman, then this is not the job for you. And I think people have to remember that at the end of the day, it's a blessing that we're able and gifted to do the things that we do and to touch people and everything like that. But we can't do it if the business is not straight. Nobody will hear you if you don't learn how to market your stuff correctly, or if you don't understand the, who's listening to you and who's, understanding your audience and analytics, all that kind of stuff. All of that stuff is important, because without that, you're just kind of shooting in the dark. And it's I would also say that the tools now are so much better for artists to be able to understand their craft and understand the business. And we didn't have those tools back in the day. It was like only record companies had access to all of that stuff. So now as independent artists, we have a plethora of just tools and things right at our hands,
Yeah, definitely got a lot of plethora of things at our hands that we didn't have in the past. I couldn't agree with you more on that concept and everything. But I do sometimes wonder, and I know that one of the founders of this network sometimes talks about education, and he feels that our education system is actually in the 18th century, even though we're in the 21st century. And they sometimes feel that they wish that we learned more things like fiscal literacy or financial literacy, and that we even learn things like music, even those that may not be musicians, because a lot of times that can teach you skills that you can use for critical thinking. And critical thinking is very vital at this day and time. So that being said, I was wondering, do you feel that there's been enough push for us to have music education even in our school system? You mentioned that you've got kids of your own. So I was wondering, do you think that they are being encouraged enough to pursue their musical interests, and maybe not to play, maybe just something as a hobby, but do you feel that there is enough push of musical education?
No, sadly, I don't. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that we're now in the computer age. And so kids are not attracted to instruments and vocal ability and all of those kinds of things. They're more attracted to what's on the computer. You could hammer out what they call it a beat. You can hammer out a beat on the computer in less than 15 minutes if you know what you're doing, and make millions of dollars from it. So I think that they're more attracted to that without understanding the whole fundamental knowledge. But it's interesting because I was taught or I had certain mentors in music who taught me all about the mechanics of music and everything. I can go from any genre. So at any given moment, somebody may say, "Hey, I need you to come in and do this country song." Well, I can understand the reading of it. I can understand all of the different educational aspects of it, as well as the sound of it and everything. But a lot of the producers now cannot move from just doing what's on that computer, what's in front of them, So I don't think that there's enough education out there now and enough support. And I also think that they should offer business courses, in music as well. So yeah, I would agree. I think there's some room for growth, a lot of room for growth.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of room for growth, and definitely we need to see more of that. One of the other things, and I brought it up to a couple of Desiree's other clients in the publicity field and everything, is too often we get caught up with people that are going to be our naysayers. They're not going to encourage us. Sometimes it comes from family. Sometimes it comes even from our friends and our associates. So that being said, how did you deal with those folks, or did you just try to avoid them at all costs? So definitely, I was wondering how you deal with those people that may not be one to be supportive of you. And like I said, sometimes that can even come within our own family, and quite often it can come from in our friend circles. But I was just wondering how you dealt with that, and what advice you give to others that are facing those dilemmas.
So you can't avoid them because they're like mosquitoes. Constantly, or net, they just constantly in your ear. You can't do it. You can't do it. Get a real job. Go be a school teacher. Go do this. Go do that. And I think you have to be so strong within yourself, and you have to be so solid with your calling, and who you're called to be and what you're called to do in life, that you have to ignore them, and and just listen to that voice inside of you, because everybody's not going to. Matter of fact, I would say the majority of people don't see it. They don't want, even if you're good, they're just like, well, little Johnny down the street is good too. He's so they don't necessarily see it, but you can't let them dim your light. You have to continue to shine, and you have to continue to press forward. And it's even like that when you get to a certain level in business. You start getting all the rejections and the no's and the door slammed, and you have to still continue to have that burning light inside of you that says, "Nah, I'm going to make it. I'm going to do it," and push forward. So, yeah, I think you got to ignore them people. Say, ignore the haters.
Yeah, I know that's right. Ignore those haters. Sometimes you just gotta ignore them.
Yes,
I know
sir.
that a lot of times the church people are very much. I mean, the church is the influence a lot of the music, and sometimes our musicians come out of the church. I actually consider myself more spiritual than religious, but I was just wondering, how important has faith been in your journey and even in your pursuit of your music? So I definitely know that historically it has played a very vital role in our music, and not just in gospel music. It's definitely influenced people like Aretha and Roberta and a number of others as well that were in that soul space. And I would even argue it's influenced people in the definitely the rap space and a number of other spaces, including jazz and blues. So how important has your faith journey been to your musical career?
I mean, I would say it's everything. Literally, I could not have gotten this far without prayer and without, what else? I believe God's blessings. So, I don't preach at people and tell people what they need to do or what I think they need to do or anything like that. But I could just say, for me personally, I couldn't have done it without prayer. So when you ask that question, that's that's everything for me right there. That's everything. And I'm not a gospel musician. I'm not releasing gospel music or anything like that. But that's still my foundation. And I grew up playing in church too. So my father was a pastor, still a pastor, and I grew up in Philly, being in church services and joy nights and all that kind of stuff, and choirs and all of that. But that helped shape me as a musician and as an artist and as a man.
Yeah, I forgot that Desiree told me about your Philadelphia background and everything. I'm still trying to get y'all, and this has nothing to do with the music. I'm still trying to get y'all to get rid of possibly Ben Simmons, because I went to school with Doc Rivers, so I need him to win a ring. He got one in Boston.
Yeah.
I need him to get another ring, and I don't know that Ben is going to be the ticket toward him getting that ring.
Oh man, please don't get me started on that. Oh my gosh, I'm a diehard Sixers fan. So yeah, I don't know. I'm disappointed because he was actually one of my favorite players, and I saw the potential. And my youngest son plays basketball, and he's got the posters on the wall. Ben Simmons is his hero. He even kind of looks like him a little bit.
Wow.
So so we're all a little disappointed in the house right now. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, at least Joel got that nice contract, and maybe that'll see what happens with the rest of it, or maybe Ben can learn how to shoot free throws. We'll see how that plays out and everything, if he decides to stay with the team or not.
Right.
Who were some of the musicians that you've had the pleasure of working with that really impressed you? Because I definitely saw when Desiree gave me the list that you have performed with quite a few luminaries and definitely some great names. And I was also curious as to what some of the lessons learned from them have been.
Oh man, so it's so many. So I grew up like adoring Gerald Albright and his music, and just like I used to listen to him more than as a guitar player. I would listen to him more than I probably listen to guitar players. But him, Najee, of course, like I said, George Benson, Norman Brown. The being able to have played on the stages with people like with them has been amazing for me, and also having them on my albums and um, just all of that stuff. It's sometimes I'm on stage and I'm looking and I'm just like, wow, I'm playing with him. Like that's you know,
Right.
and that's really really a cool thing. So that's been a blessing. I don't remember the second part of the question. What was the second part of the
What's
question?
some of the lessons you've learned from some of those legends, be it a Gerald Albright or a Najee or somebody else that you've been on the stage with? Because I know a lot of times musicians will have conversations and they'll get lessons from those that are their mentees and everything. So I'm just wondering what some of the lessons that you have learned might have been.
So one was on my very first large festival. I came in and I was like a deer in headlights. And one of the legends, I'm not gonna say his name, but he came up to me and he said, "Listen, I need you to calm down." And he said, "You're here now, and you belong here. You did the work, so now you don't have to act like you want to impress people or anything." And I was much younger, and I was just like, "Wow, I'm here," And but he was like, you don't have to do that. You're here, and you're here for a reason. And we developed a great friendship, and from that advice, I remember the rest of the festival, I was able to walk with my head up. And then Nick Coleone is one of my good friends who, man, Nick is out here doing this thing. And he came up to me one day and he said, "Man, one of the problems is that you and the guys your age all try to, capitalize on our audience." He said, "But don't try to be like us. We are us." And he was like, "You go out there and do your thing and bring your audience in. That's how we grow this thing." And I remember that, and it's just something. It was like he unlocked something in me. It was like, all right, all right, cool, I got you. And from that moment on, things started to grow. So, big shout out to him too, man. He's one of the greatest. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Sometimes when we hear about music, and you mentioned Najee and George Benson, and I've got a friend of mine that actually is a big supporter of what some people would call smooth jazz. I know other people
Mhm.
that are more fans of traditional jazz. So, what is your concept or your conversation when you hear people that want to divide jazz, and you have some that are diehard straight ahead, and some that might be more fans of the smooth and kind of the pop jazz kind of orientation? So is that even a discussion that you bother to get involved in, or do you try to learn from both sides? 'Cause I do know some definite folks that are traditionalists in their jazz, and if you try to give them a smooth jazz album, they might either hide it or might not even take it from you. So I just wonder your ways of dealing with that conversation that happens in the jazz world.
So I say, whatever way you got to get it, get it. Whatever way you like that jazz. Some like it smooth, some like it rough. Whatever you got to do. um, I think again, when we talked about the labels, I think sometimes the labels are just unfair. Sometimes people just like really, they just like good music, whether it's smooth jazz, whether it's straight ahead, whether it's fusion. I could sit all day and listen to either one, and or a mixture of all, and so I think it has also, to be honest, caused some division within the musician community, as a whole, because I think sometimes the people who are straight ahead may feel like, well, that stuff is a little smooth, or that stuff is, and then some people in the smooth might say, well, that stuff is a little bit, older or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, it's a great art form, and the beauty of jazz is that it's multifaceted. It's not just one thing, and it's not just one color. So yeah, I think I think that division is not so cool. You know, definitely. I think it needs to stop now. We passed that now.
Yeah, I think we should be, but I've had some interesting conversations, even in the way of the direction that he feels music is going, because Branford lives here in Durham and everything, and Branford Marcellus is part of a definitely a jazz dynasty, and he has some
Yeah.
interesting views about the direction of music and all of that. Because, like I said, he's has some affiliations with the universities here, but he also definitely calls this area home. So he's made his home here in this area now for a number of years, and actually has recorded a few of his albums at the Cultural Arts Center that I'm part of and everything. Unfortunately, you know, everything's in kind of lockdown, even though we are opening up, hopefully in October, that converted church will be back in place and everything. I know that the other place, the Carolina Theater, has reopened, and definitely the DPAC, which is the bigger venue, has reopened here in Durham. So we're hoping that more things reopen, but even that is going to be different, because I'm hearing that they're going to want to mandate that you come in with a vaccine card, or that you are masked up and things along those lines. So how are you feeling about the safety of getting back out on the road and all of that? So that's kind of where I was going to go with that direction. How are you feeling about the safety as you are getting back out on the road? And I'm sure many people are wondering about that.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with my dad, and I was saying, you know, as he was asking me, well, are you going? He said, you gonna wear a mask on stage or a face shield? And I thought about it for a second. I was like, no, there's no way I can do it. But also, you know, from where we stand, we're safe. Like, I mean, it's, you know, all of us are probably like 50 feet apart on the stage, and then the stage is so far from the crowd that I'm sure we're not, you know, breathing on people. But I am concerned with this new Delta variant, and just to be honest, I mean, a lot of people haven't been vaccinated, and I mean, you know, that's your choice or whatever. But I think that it's unsafe to be in large crowds. And of course, you know, I want you to come to the crowd, you know, come to the concerts, because, you know, that's what I do. But I think if you're not wearing masks and not practicing social distancing, and not, if you decide not to get vaccinated, then I think it's probably best not to come, you know, until this thing dies down or they get a handle on it, you know, which who knows how long that'll be.
Yeah, who knows how long that's going to be. And I agree with what you said. And like I said, I know that some venues are definitely requiring that everybody wear a be vaccinated, even to just come into the venue and all of that. So not just be masked up, but also they actually have proof of vaccination. So I've heard that from a couple of venues around the country. So definitely, as this variant goes around, it looks like we are definitely going to impact what we're doing and all of that. But hopefully it will not put us back into another lockdown, because I know that a lot of people in that music space, that was just devastating to them, and a lot of those in the restaurant space, it closed a lot of those businesses down. And I know that when we were talking to Henry not that long ago, another one of Desiree's clients, he was saying that he knew for a fact that there were some artists, that were some big name artists, that we were not going to be seeing them on the road anymore at all, because this thing pretty much ended their careers and ended their bonding and all of that. So he didn't name which ones he was talking about, but he definitely said that there were some that, whether it was conflict within the band, that this whole thing created divisions, or whether it was the band losing money, or what the nature was, it definitely was going to not have them being able to survive. One of the things that I was curious about is how you were doing your practices, because I know a friend of mine is actually planning to be at a concert this weekend, and it's going to be in the Maryland area. It's actually a crab and funk festival that he is part of. But I know that he was having to practice because his group, the Nappy Head Funk Army, a lot of the members are actually not here. They're in the New York where he used to live at, but he's been here for a number of years. And of course, they had to find different ways to practice, whether that was finding a practice location that might be in between their destinations, or doing that whole track exchange kind of thing and all of that. So during this time, how have you been getting your work accomplished? Has it been a lot of mailers of the tracks and things along those lines, or have you actually been working in this space? I imagine a lot of it is in your home studio, but how are you actually getting it from one artist to the other if you're working with them?
So as a producer, a lot of times people send tracks, but I live in Los Angeles, and so that community is still very much open. Not the same way that it was. It's not. It's like it's a lot quieter now in LA, but the studios are still open for the most part, and so a lot of the stuff we do, you know, a lot of the stuff we still go into the buildings. You know, we still go in and record and stuff like that. And then as far as rehearsals and stuff too, we still go in and rehearse and you know, but LA's a music city, you know, so I'm sure in Philly things are a lot different, and everywhere things are a lot, you know, a lot different. But yeah, and as a producer also, I like to work with people directly and in person too. So I don't really like the whole sending stuff culture. So that I'm a little over that right now.
Oh, I know that's right. Definitely over that. How has it been working in LA? Because actually, a friend of mine, a very good friend, just came back to North Carolina about 2 or 3 weeks ago. But he is one of the producers of that classic film, This Christmas. So I've known Ronnie Warner for a number of years, and he was actually coming back to visit his mom in Hillsborough, North Carolina, and some other friends and family, myself included. But he drove from LA to North Carolina, and now he's driven back. So he's back in LA actually pursuing some film projects of his and everything. But how has it been working in LA? And is it mostly in the music space, or have you had an opportunity to work in recently in the television and film space as well?
So yeah, I haven't been in any of the television studios or anything like that. I work with a bunch of people who pitch songs for different sync companies who try to get music on television and movies and stuff like that. So we're never involved directly with any movie people or anything like that. So I was mostly music supervisors and stuff like that. But yeah, everybody's been impacted by this thing. It's not any you know, it's so many stories.
Yeah, but hey, well, we're gonna have to change that. We're gonna have to find a way to get you connected with Mr. Warner, because I know he's got a project involving some issues that are very important, like mental health. And I know he's trying to get that movie out, but I don't think that he's got all the music lined up. So I'll have to put him in touch with you, and maybe we can change that concept of you're not having any movies at the moment. So like I said, we might have to put him in touch with you and see if that is a possibility of having that happen and everything. So I'm all about networking and helping people any ways that I can and everything. Another conversation that's been coming up. Oh, no problem at all. Another conversation that's been coming up regularly in both our music and our sports world has been that around mental health. So definitely saw a lot of that with Simone Biles and others. So just wondering, is that something that you're hearing a conversation about within the music space? Because I know we definitely were hearing about it in the athletic space over the last couple of years. Or do you feel that it's something that should even be addressed in our musical community?
Yeah, I think everybody needs therapy. Everybody. I think that we have made it taboo for some reason for so many years. And because of that, we've had so many unhealthy musicians, so many healthy, you know, producers, writers, and all that stuff. And I would say it is a conversation that's beginning to happen, and I appreciate it, because I would also say that when you're in this business, you deal with so much rejection. You hear no 1,000 times before you hear yes. And, you know, you celebrate that yes, but then you go back to those next round of 1,000 no's. And so the impact that has on your spirit, you know what I mean? And on your, just, you know, your total person, you know what I mean? That assault on your person is serious. And I think that everybody needs to have a therapist that they can sit and talk to. And, you know, my poor wife has been mine. So she's like, oh my God, you talk about music one more time. But we all need it. And so, yeah, I'm glad that that's a conversation that's starting to happen now. And I think it should ramp up even more.
And I don't know if she's in the music space or not, but I was actually in, ironically, one of those rooms in Clubhouse and everything. And there was a conversation as to whether people in the creative field can be successful and be in a good relationship with others that are not in that field. So I guess that's one of the questions I'd be curious about is your wife also in the creative field? And do you think that that is a benefit or a detriment to the relationship? Because definitely when I was in one of those clubhouse rooms, there was a whole conversation as to people feeling that they needed to be at least in similar work environments, if not the same work environment. But then others were thinking that a teacher and an artist might be a good combination because they were in totally opposite fields.
Yeah, she's a professor, and she has nothing to do with music at all. And it's great because we have conversations about just wide range of things, and and she's able to look at what I'm doing from an outsider's perspective and be able to offer great advice, and vice versa. So yeah, I think it's great. I actually prefer her, prefer her not being in the music business. That's a great thing.
Yeah, it sounds like that's a great thing in your relationship, and definitely one that works and all of that. Another thing that I've talked about, and I even brought up with Henry, and I was wondering your thoughts about it, is a lot of times our artists and our musicians and even our athletes and even the other parts of community, we're getting involved in that activist space. And I know that there was even that term of the artist, the activist athlete, and I would argue that there is the artist activist as well. So even though your songs might be about love and romance, do you feel that as a musician that you should use your platform to talk about issues, whether that's Black Lives Matter or whether that's LGBT rights, whether that's whatever other things that you may feel comfortable talking about? Or do you think that that's something that you don't want to use your musical avenue as a means for? Or do you think that it's something that you are comfortable with doing on a regular basis?
So I think we had to be careful. I definitely, when the George Floyd situation happened, I was angry. I was very angry, and I was trying to not take to social media and say a whole bunch of stuff. But I was angry, and I wrote a song called "I Am a Man" in response to everything that was happening, and that song actually got some good airplay and stuff like that. But the main thing was I was trying to address, you can. I'm a man just like you, So anyway, I'm about to get a little excited, but I think that there's a definite, we should use our platform to speak on these issues. It's up to us. Marvin Gaye did it. Donny Hathaway did it. Sam Cooke did it. There's a just long list of people who use their platforms to talk about stuff and made some iconic songs that we still sing to this day. And I don't see enough of that in this new music industry that we're in now, and probably on purpose. They're not going to fund somebody talking about it. So there's some. So like her, she an amazing artist, and she did an activist song recently. But yeah, I think it's important to use that platform, but then to also be careful not to alienate your people who are standing for you. So I have a lot of white fans and white followers, and so I don't want to alienate them, but I just want to kind of educate and talk to them about where we are and where we stand in certain things.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's actually, you bring up the breadth of your fans and the depth of your fans, because that same person I was talking about that does the funk music and even some other musical friends that I've had on this show have talked about how music is the great healer and the great bridge divider. I mean, bridge, like get you over the bridge and help you unify and all of that. So it doesn't create like division. That's what I was trying to get to, that it actually is something that brings us all together and everything. And they're talking about how, at a music concert, whether it's the Beatles or whether it's her or whether it's Britney Spears or even Janet Jackson, the people are there to hear the music and could care less whether you're Republican or Democrat, black or white, gay or straight, Christian or Muslim. They're there to hear the artist. Now, they might get mad if you don't like that particular artist. Like if you go to a Prince concert and you're not a Prince fan, then they might get upset at you. But if you're there for the music, they're about the music and the unifying aspect of the music. But I was just wondering your thoughts about that and how music has even helped you in your own life and helped you with the whole concept of the unity of mankind. So definitely it does seem that music has that healing ability.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, like I mentioned, that activist component from people like Marvin Gaye and everything, really made me look at music differently. So I definitely see the importance of unifying, but like I said, but still being able to teach and being able to say, listen, this is what we're going through, and this is why, and being able to intelligently say why and how, you know what I mean? And then, so yeah, I mean, it's very, very important to me, but, and it's hard. I feel like it's hard for you um, to, if you're teaching about issues like, for example, Donald Trump, was in office, and um, all of the stuff that came with him. It's hard to not talk about those things, and and it's almost like, I'm sorry if I'm alienating the people who follow him, but I gotta speak up and I gotta say
Yeah.
what's what the real is. So
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and definitely sometimes you just have to speak up in that regard. I had the pleasure, I guess it was 2 days ago, of interviewing Heather Hutchins. She's actually a blind singer out of Canada and everything, but she's a relatively young singer, and a lot of what she sings is ballads and things along those lines. But I was wondering, from your perspective, how important do you think it is to live a life and everything in order to sing the songs? Or can somebody that is, say, a teenager, and she's not a teenager, I think she's in her early 20s, actually sing romance songs before they've had the heartaches and the breakups and the things that a lot of those romance songs are about? So I was just wondering, from your thoughts as a producer and also just as a musician yourself, as to how much life experience plays into the songs, or can you actually sing and sing with passion if you haven't lived it?
So I think you have to speak from where you are. Like the phrase now is speak your truth. But I think you have to speak from where you are. Obviously when she's singing about love, it's a different version of love than me, who's been married for 22 years. And she's talking from her experience of love. And I want to hear it, because I want to hear, well, where are you at, right now? What are you talking about when you mention love? Like Olivia Rodrigo, I believe is her name, has a song called "Driver's License," which is like a huge hit, huge pop hit. It's a very cute teenage love song, but that's where she is, and so it's going to be different than my experience. So I think it's important to just talk from where you are. Trying to manufacture stuff just it's not going to work. You won't feel, it won't be a true representation, and it's not going to feel authentic.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess the thing that I've heard some musicians, not just this particular musician, but others say, is that sometimes it's not where they have necessarily lived their selves, but it's like they're doing almost a, I won't call it a copied version, but a interpretation version, because they might have heard stories about what a bad marriage or what a bad life looks like from their friends or their older friends or their older relatives, and then they might try to sing that kind of song about those kind of breakups based on the relationships that their relatives have told them about. So I'm wondering, do you think that those kind of songs can work if it's not coming from your life experiences, but it's maybe coming from the life experiences of those in your family circle?
Yeah, I think there's different ways to tell a story. You may tell a story from the perspective of, I watched this happen, or I heard this happen, or you might tell an introspective type of story. And I think all of those are relevant. When I do writing sessions with people, like I have one tomorrow. When I do writing sessions, they've been very interesting for many years. People come in and we talk first for a long period of time before we even write the song. Sometimes we might talk for a couple of hours before we even record something. And the reason we do that is to kind of find out what is the thing that's in your heart that you want to get out. And those sessions have even developed into tears, and me having to console the different artists and stuff like that, because it's a real thing. They're bearing their soul, and putting that on the paper. And I think those songs, and when they do that, are more authentic than just I heard love is like this, or girl, I want to do this to you, or something like that. I think the songs that come from your soul, that you actually are crying as you're writing, those songs are powerful.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And sometimes it also depends on where you are in the song, because I've also got some friends that have written some songs and written some spoken word based on their harsh life experiences. And sometimes those have to be put out into song or poetic forms. Because, like I said, I know some friends of mine in the spoken word community that have been through abuse situations, or they've been through different kinds of domestic situations or even race situations, and they had to put that out in some form of creativity, whether that was a song or a spoken word piece. So I think that that's actually what I wish more of was coming in our songs, because what I'm seeing is that what you were saying you wish you had heard more of in our songs, and we definitely heard in the 70s and the 80s, is coming out of our spoken word community. And I know there's a strong spoken word community in LA. So are you finding that some of the kind of heartfeltness that you wish you were hearing in your songs, you're hearing in the other elements of the creative community? And in this case, I would argue it's the spoken word community.
I actually have not gotten involved in the spoken word community at all. Um, I do know back in the day they used to have like when neo soul was really big. There was a lot of clubs where poets used to come and speak
Right.
over neo soul music or jazz music and stuff. But I haven't found too much of that in Los Angeles. And but yeah, I mean, I think wherever you can get the voice out and get the words out, it's important.
Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of getting the words out, my friend Brett Chambers does a open mic. I know that there, and he's actually got one of the longest running ones, probably on the East Coast, but definitely here in North Carolina. And of course, there are all those different kind of competitions that are national, like The Voice and America's Got Talent and things of that nature. How important, as a musician, do you think it is for folks to find their voice and to go to competitions like that, if they're maybe even going to do some woodshedding in those kind of places as well? Because I do know that sometimes people will use that as a place to practice their chops, for lack of a better term. So I was just wondering, are you seeing that happening in California? And if so, is it something, or is it something you wish you saw more of? Because I do know there was a time that those kind of spaces were very popular around the country.
So if you talk about like jam sessions and stuff, yes, I see that a lot, and especially I hear that it's becoming more popular now in Los Angeles. Growing up in Philly, that's all we did. We call them sheds, and so we would say, "Yo, we're gonna go to the shed," or and those helped us to work on our musical chops. It helped us to develop relationships with each other. Like getting to know each other better and stuff. But those were so important to the development of being a musician. And I'm glad that LA is doing it more, and they're even kind of making it kind of commercial now. So some of them are have big companies attached to them and stuff that are funding these sessions. But yeah, that's very important. Gotta get around other musicians and sharpen each other.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Got to get around those other musicians, see what they're doing. What is some of the things that have surprised you about LA that you were not expecting, being that you came from Philadelphia? And what are some of the things that you miss about Philadelphia? Because I'm sure that there's probably both some things that you surprised you about LA, including things that you may like about LA and some things you may not like. And then I'm sure there's things that you miss in Philadelphia, because I know whenever I go out of a certain home area, you miss certain things from your home area. So what are some of the things that you have liked about LA and some of the things that you miss about Philadelphia?
So I love LA. The beaches, the everything. I guess I'm still in the honeymoon stage. I still love it. I think one of the things I was shocked at is how big it is. So I mean, how big, and because it's so big, the traffic is just absolutely crazy, and you have to leave at certain times of day. Um, People drive a lot faster, a lot crazier here. Um, I've seen more luxury cars here than I've ever seen in my entire life. Um, uh, I was surprised at the prices of homes and stuff like that. I mean, $1 million home here is like $150,000 home in Philadelphia, and that's no exaggeration. So, I guess those things, the sticker shock and some other things like that. But other than that, man, I love it. I love the people. I love the constant fast pace. We're hardly ever home in my family. We're always going out and doing things. So, that's cool. And Philly, I guess I was just there recently too, to visit. My mom and dad are still here. So, um, I, I feel like we squeeze every ounce of juice out of the city, everything that you could do. And so I miss the people, and I miss just the whole authentic, like real relationships that the people have, and yeah, I miss that. I even miss how rude Philadelphia is, because it's just a culture of it. Just that's just how we are. So out here people are a lot different, and so I guess I miss that if that makes sense.
And I've also heard, and being one that is a mass transit kind of person, they have told me that it would be a absolute disaster to go out to LA, because they've told me that LA is not a place that has the greatest mass transit in the world. They tell me that it's very hard to get around if you don't have a car in LA. So they tell me that the mass transit there is not to be trusted. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, you got to drive. If you come here, you have to drive everywhere. So, my oldest son, as soon as he was able to get a license, we had him in the car because we need help. It's stuff that it's just big. You can't just go down the street. So
They just can't go down the street and everything of that nature. I was going to bring up, because I had found it on YouTube, and they let me get away with that here and everything. So before getting you out of here, and definitely have some other quick questions, because I know definitely Desiree said we have you for about an hour and everything. So that being said, I was going to let folks check out, once I can pull it off, Shake It Off. So if you want to tell folks a little bit about Shake It Off, then I'm going to pull that up and let folks check that particular number out, because I know a lot of folks are probably trying to shake off this pandemic and trying to shake off a lot of other things. So if you want to let folks know about Shake It Off, then I will definitely try to pull that up so that folks can hear a taste of what your music is all about.
for sure. So Shake It Off, I just released a new album called Evolution. And Shake It Off is the first lead single. It features Elon Trotman on saxophone. And I wrote it for exactly what you just said. We were sitting in the house all year, and I said, it's time to shake this thing off, and let's get out there and start dancing and moving. And so that's where Shake It Off came from. And it's doing really great. It's on Excellent Watercolors. It's all over the world playing right now. I'm getting reports every week about how many stations are playing it. So I'm thankful for that, and I'm hoping we'll hit Billboard. So if there's any influencers listening on here, y'all need to get David P. Stevens on that chart ASAP. But but yeah, Shake It Off is definitely for that. I want y'all to dance and have a good time and feel that.
Cool. Well, we definitely going to pull that up. You mentioned influencers, and like I said, I'm part of the Clubhouse community, part of other communities as well. How important is it for a musician like yourself, or just musicians in general, to have the influencers behind them? Because, like I said, I oftentimes hear people in Clubhouse, Instagram, and a number of other places talking about that need for influencers. And I actually personally consider even some of the publicists like Desiree to be influencers. But I was just wondering your thoughts as to the importance of having those influencers out there.
So yeah, again, I mentioned earlier, you can have the greatest music in the world, but if nobody is talking about it, then you haven't gained anything. And so for me, having Desiree or people who have big followings, being able to talk positively about my music has been a really huge propeller for me. You got to have different people to put it out there and make it bigger. And so yeah, and I just want to just say thank you to all who have done that and who have supported me. And even you, I really appreciate this, letting you.
Hey, no problem at all. Glad to do it. Always glad to let folks be heard, get their word out there, and all of that. That's actually what I consider part of this whole platform to be about. So we're getting ready to bring you and shake it off and let folks shake it off big time. Because like I said, in this day and time, we need some shaking it off for sure. So we're going to have it happen right now.
All right.
Oh yeah, definitely was hearing some sounds that kind of reminded me of Earl Klugh and some other folks out there. So definitely was hearing some serious influences that I can relate to and everything. Because I was a big Earl Klugh fan and still am, so definitely could relate to that. I don't know if that was one of the people that had been one of your influence sounds, but definitely I could hear some similar sounds to Mr. Klugh. So I don't know what your if you they've ever been given that comparison, but definitely I could pick up on that.
Oh man, I haven't, but I love Earl Klugh though. All of those influences are in there for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely a great musician, and definitely I could see where some people might make the comparison between you and him and everything. For those that are trying to break into the music business, what advice would you give them? Because like I said, I know a lot of folks might be thinking that they want to break into it. So what advice would you give to folks that are thinking that they want to make it into the music business, whatever that means to them.
So I mentioned a few keys earlier on. One is knowing the business, understanding how the money flows in this business, understanding your fans, knowing who your fans are. Those are important. Um, Learn how to market your stuff correctly. That's important. And then I would say the biggest thing is, besides practicing and being the best at your craft that you can be, is being relentless and not taking no for an answer. You're going to get no's all the time. You can't take it personally. You just have to fight and try to get those no's to turn into yeses. And anything that's worth having, you have to fight for it. And so I think a lot of people think music industry means all of a sudden I put out a song or a beat or a track or something like that, and I'm instantly going to become a famous millionaire overnight. There's a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of tears, a lot of frustration, but you can't give up. You have to keep fighting. So that's what
Yeah.
I would say.
If you could change one thing about the music business and to make it a different style music business, what would you change? Like if you were able to just wave a magic wand and change something about the music business, and I'd even argue the radio business. I'm giving you that magic wand, and you could just change something about the industry. What would you change?
I would stop throwing away seasoned artists. I would start putting money and support behind seasoned artists and have them come back out and do more music. It's not over just because you hit a certain age, and I say that passionately. People get 30 years old or 35 years old, and then the music industry says, "All right, you're done. Stick a fork in you, and then go to somebody else." And man, 35, you just getting started. The season is just starting to get on. Get poured on. By 50, you still pouring that seasoning on yourself. You still cooking. So, I feel like fans get robbed of the best music because they throw the artists away at a young age. And I would love to see us start to embrace everything again, as opposed to just the kids on the radio. So
No, I agree with you. One of my favorite artists, and it actually is a blues artist. Like I said, I am a blues fan. I've had the pleasure of seeing him. I've even had the pleasure of introducing him. And he is well into his 80s, but you wouldn't know it looking at him on the stage because he's still running all over the stage. And that is Buddy Guy. Because like I said, Buddy Guy just recently celebrated his birthday, and he's definitely in his early 80s, but he is still giving a dynamic performance even at his age and everything. So definitely I agree with you that sometimes we don't recognize the great talent of folks that are in a older age set and all of that. So definitely got to give them their dues as well. And definitely I am a fan of his. There's others that are in that same kind of space and everything. I mentioned that my friend Zach is a funk musician, and George Clinton is still kicking it as well. So George Clinton is still kicking it at his age and doing some amazing work also. So definitely I agree. We got to give respect to the older musicians. And I also wish that we could find a way to let new artists and even seasoned artists get more radio airplay. Because even though I work for a low power radio station, WCOM in Carborough, and I also am in this podcasting live streaming space and everything, I sometimes get frustrated when the same several artists are played over and over again. And it doesn't matter whether you're in LA or Philadelphia, Charlotte, North Carolina, or Miami, you can almost tell by the time of the day what song is going to be played and when it's going to be played. So they're only playing like a small portion of what's out in the musical world. So I wish that they would actually expand more of that basket of talent out there, because I think that we're doing the music community and the world a disservice by playing the same, even if it's 100 songs, the same 100 songs over and over again, when there's so many artists that are doing great and amazing work, and we need to find ways to expose them. I mean, I am glad that we have things like YouTube and Reverb Nation, which is actually based here in North Carolina, but I wish that there was even other avenues that we could get that music out, and not just the satellite radio and the YouTube, Reverb, and even Spotify kind of ways. I wish that commercial radio would actually open themselves up and everything. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that point.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the UK, you look at any place outside of the United States, there's just a huge market for all kinds of music. when I was in Europe and I listened to the music that was being played, it was a station that had a mixture of neo soul, jazz, R&B, gospel. It was all one after the other, and it was one of the most popular stations there. I think it was called like Jazz. I can't remember the top of the Jazz FM or something, but they weren't just playing jazz; they were playing everything. Um, I feel like that's something that we need to adopt here in the United States. We need to be a little bit more open. It's not just about these same songs. And to me, that's why radio is not doing as well as it used to. Because people get tired of hearing the same thing. Every time I turn on the radio, I'm gonna hear Chris Brown. I'm gonna hear SZA. I'm gonna hear this. I'm gonna hear that. And that's it. I'm not gonna hear all of these amazingly talented artists that are getting all of these plays on Spotify and everywhere else. I'm not going to hear those. I'm just going to hear like you
No, I
said,
agree
the
with you.
same.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. Do you? I remember this historically is what people used to say. Do you sometimes find that your music is more appreciated overseas than it is right here in your own area, be that LA or Philadelphia, where you're originally from? Because you mentioned the world travel. So do you sometimes find that your music is more accepted overseas than it is here?
Yeah, well, when I look at I was talking earlier about analytics and knowing who your fans are. When I look, a lot of my fans are overseas, and I was shocked. I got called to do a tour, my own tour, in throughout Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And this was we were there for about 5 weeks, and every night we would be in theaters and clubs, and they would be packed to the ceiling for me. And I was shocked. I was like, man, because at the time I could maybe get like half a crowd and at one of the restaurants that we used to frequent all the time. And this was years ago, but um, going there and people knew me and they were coming up and getting CDs that they had purchased, signed, and I was like, man, what's going on? So yeah, I definitely see a difference. Yeah, a huge difference.
Well, definitely, I can see that as well and everything. I want to bring up one of your older songs, and it was actually on your website as well. So I'm going to play that one. It's actually one that you did with a vocalist, and we're going to hear a little bit of actually seeing you play the guitar and not just the instrumental. And it's not off of the current one, but it's an older one. So I was digging it earlier, so hopefully the fans will as well. So I would love to hear you share a little bit about this song, and it's a longer song and everything. And then after you come back, I'll probably give you to do what I do with all my guests, which is give words of positivity and words of encouragement that they would like to share with our international audience, as we do have an international audience here on the network. But I'd love to hear you share a little bit about the song Make Me Say It Again, because definitely that's what I was going to play with your live rendition of that, because definitely when I was playing it, I was like, wow, this is a nice song, and other people may enjoy it as well. So I'm here to grab that, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about that particular number, and then we'll come back and get you to share your thoughts about words of encouragement and any social media sites that either you or Desiree want to put out there. I know that earlier she put down your website, but maybe there are Instagram or other things that either you or her want to share. But before we get to that, what can you tell me about this particular song entitled Make Me Say It Again, girl? We're going to play parts 1 and 2 live.
Yeah, I love Isley Brothers, man. Huge R&B influences of mine. So we had a chance to do a cover, and the person who was managing me at the time said, well, why don't you do something that, do an older school cover that people haven't done much of? And I was like, okay. So I got my band, and some of the guys in that band are like close friends that we just grew up playing together. And the singer, her name is Tisa Williams. And man, oh my goodness, Tisa has such an amazing tone. So we just put it together, and it was exciting. I think we had our own video cameras in there. We had no. We had I'm sorry, Dominic McFadden was our videographer. So it was really cool.
Cool. Well, we're gonna let folks check this out and everything. I think that they'll enjoy this one as well. So get ready to do the whole trick with the camera and everything. Well, the keys, I should say, because I got to make sure I got the right key, and also make sure we're going back to the beginning, because we don't want to start in the end. We like to start at the beginning, and there we go.
What we gonna do right here is go back, way back into time.
Make me say it again, boy. Make me say it again, boy. Make me say it again, boy. You're all I need. Oh, yes, you are. You're all. You're all I need. Oh, baby, you're all I need. Make me say it again, boy. Make me say it again, boy. Make me say it again, boy. You're all I need. Oh, yes, you are. You're all. Oh, you're all I need. Oh, yes, you are. You're all I need. Ooh, I love you. Ooh, baby, you're all. You're all I need. Oh, baby. You're all I need. Oh, baby.
Wow, powerful. Definitely great number right there and everything. And definitely, I'm sure folks were enjoying that particular number and everything. Hey, David, what's something that you think folks would be surprised to know about you? We know that you, because I brought it up earlier, that you're a 76ers fan, but maybe there's something else that folks would be surprised to know about you other than you are this powerful and talented musician. So what's something that folks might be surprised to know about you that maybe only your wife and kids know? We don't hear you. You're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. You hear me?
No, you good.
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm a big fan guy. I like to, my family and I, we like to do a lot of hiking and going to see a lot of natural things. Like we definitely are beach people, and I love to play sports. And
Okay.
so not just watch sports, but I mean I'm playing sports all the time. Just recently I hurt my knees, and so now I'm back into swimming instead of so much running and jumping and stuff like that. But man, I love playing basketball. My daughter plays volleyball, so now I'm doing that with her sometimes. So I think those are things. I just love to have fun.
That sounds good. So you're actually picking up on beach volleyball over there in California, huh? You playing that beach volleyball or more the in the gym kind of volleyball?
Well, it's actually both. Whatever she wants me to do, and as she develops, she's like, "Okay, you're doing it wrong. So let's just do this. Let's change this, and your form is wrong, and you're fouling, and all kinds of stuff." So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
well, like
learning
I said,
from her.
you can't win with your kids. I don't have any, but I've got my two nephews, and I gave up trying to think that I was ever going to win a contest with them. So, like I said, I know my brother probably doesn't win, but again, maybe he does because he's their dad, and I'm sure that they have to follow orders from dad and mom. They're not trying to follow orders from Mr. Uncle. That's definitely not
Oh
happening.
man. Yeah, we get out there and race in the streets and all that stuff, but we used to. This year, my knees are worse than they've ever been, so I can't race them no more. And that actually is killing me because I want to get out there and and chase them around. But yeah, we heavy sports people.
Well, that's cool. Any gigs coming up either in LA or around the world anytime soon? I know you mentioned the overseas gig, and of course, things are opening up more in society. So, are there any gigs coming up in the near future?
Yeah, so September 5th, I'll be at Jazz at the Creek. And I believe our time slot is from like 5 to 6:30, and that's in San Diego. So that's September 5th in San Diego. Make sure y'all come. It's me, Lynn Roundtree, and Marquel Jordan. We're the headliner package for that night. And then September 11th, I'll be in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, doing the Dauphin County Jazz Festival. So that's on the 11th. And then after that, I'm doing something with Gail Johnson and Jazz and Pink in Austin, Texas. So right after that, and then October, I'll be out your way. Myrtle
Okay.
Beach Jazz Festival. I'll be doing that one, and then after that, um, the Jazz Legacy Gala in Hampton, Virginia. So I'll be doing that as well. That's in November. So so far those are the shows, and then there might be some big announcements coming up. So people gotta just kind of stay
Stay tuned
connected to
on
the
the
website.
website so they can actually see about those big announcements. Sounds like you really
Right.
enjoy those festivals, and I've actually emceed some festivals. Actually, just did one in July, the festival of the Eno and everything. So, what is it about festivals that you like versus, say, auditorium concerts?
So I'm usually I have a lot of energy and I like to jump up and down. I like to run around and I'm a big guy, so I don't like sometimes I mean not that I don't like the smaller clubs. I love them, the intimacy of it and all, but I have to behave more. I have to have to stand still. I can't jump as much, and can't be as loud and all of that kind of stuff. So I feel like the outside stage gives me the ability to just go off, just do whatever I want to do.
Oh yeah, those outside festivals can be real fun. I know there have been times that I have even been told about things at the outside festivals that I didn't wasn't aware of, because a lot of times at an outside festival, if you're the MC or if you're part of the planning crew, and I've been both of those, then you're too busy observing other things. So I've had friends of mine came and be like, "Didn't you see such and such at the concert?" I'm going like, "No, you have to give me a replay because I was too busy dealing with the artist or dealing with everything else." So I missed that one. So tell me what I missed. So sometimes I gotta have my other eyes out in the audience that tell me what I might have missed because of having that administrative and MC duties. Now I have seen some things
Yeah.
that I did not miss. I'm not gonna say that I miss all of it, but there have been times that
Yeah.
I'm running from one end to the other, and then they're saying that, yeah, you didn't see those people dancing on the dugout stands, and I'm like, no, missed them. So sometimes that does
Yeah.
happen. As we get ready to wrap it up and everything, I know you got to get ready to get out of here because Desiree told me about an hour and a half with you. I was just gonna say, one of the things I always do with all my guests is give them to give words of encouragement, words of positivity, things that they would like to share with our global community. So definitely any words of encouragement or words of positivity that you would like to share, and any of your social media outlets that you want to share as well, whether that's Instagram, whether that's YouTube, or whatever other sources that you have out there that you want to share.
Yeah, so my message is always the same, which is um I want to see love and healthy relationships and family back at the forefront of and I want to say of everyone, but speaking as an African American, I want to see that back as the forefront of our culture again, where it was all about family and it was all about support and love, and I think that strength that was important for me growing up, and I still my circle is pretty much like that, so I see how it affects my children, and I just would love to see that be something that we promote and we talk about, and that we try to build up again. So, yeah, that's what I would say. I would say love each other and let's strengthen that family, y'all.
Yeah, that family is very important. If there's one thing that I've really missed during this pandemic times and everything, was the fact that we don't get enough chance to do that. Because like I said, I've worked at a couple of cultural arts centers, and they would use those facilities for everything from reunions to weddings to a number of other things out in society. And of course, you don't see that as much now because everybody's still in that home lockdown kind of phrase, even though more and more people are getting out, but it's still not as much as it used to be. And I even remember
Right.
definitely, the church reunions, the family reunions, and a number of other things that we don't see as much as we used to. But hopefully, as these variants get under control, we can start seeing more of that, because I definitely am a big fan of going out and having that experience of being out and about. I know that here in this area, we're going to have a big bluegrass festival. I believe that's this weekend, but even that's going to have some restrictions in the way that they're going to want to have people come in there. I think they'll definitely probably have the vaccination cards, or definitely have the mask restrictions and everything else. But I'm looking forward to a time where we can get out the old-fashioned way that you're talking about, David, and maybe even play card games or some of the other things that folks might do. Because I know when I've gotten together at my family outings, like at my aunt's house or even at mom's house, we might pull out spinners, or we might pull out Scrabble, or it might be spades, or it might be taboo, but it's all that kind of interaction that you're having with your family, and sometimes it's not even natural family. Sometimes it's also like your friend peers that you do that with as well. So definitely looking forward to hopefully seeing more and more of that happen in society. And I'm sure you're hoping to see that expand as well, where you can get out and hang out with your friends more than you used to. And hopefully we'll get this under control and that can happen. I'm thinking that that's what you have in your mind as well.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Are there any places that you want to let folks know in terms of I know Desiree was putting out the website, but is there any social media that you want to share with people and everything? And then I'm going to bring up the little clues I've got from my mystery guest, but I'm going to let you go after you do your social media, because you don't have to stick around for that part and everything. It's kind of like our little trivia part that we do as part of the online dinner party. And if they don't get these ones, I'm really going to be upset, because I went and gave them some obvious folks this time. I did not go get Madame Durant, the lady from London that walks with tigers, or Annie Oakley, or some others that they might have told me were not easy to guess. These, I think, are two fairly easy folks, but who knows? Maybe the audience will fool me once again and not do as well as I'm hoping they're going to do, and put it in the chat that they know the answers. But any social media or Clubhouse or Instagram or Facebook that you would like to let folks know how they can reach you?
So yeah, all of my social media is under David P. Stevens with a V. Make sure y'all put that V in there. David P. Stevens on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. And then all the music can be found on every streaming platform under David P. Stevens. So and I appreciate y'all going out and listening to it. And my hope is that you'll stream it all day, because all of that music is the backdrop. It has the ability to be a backdrop of your entire day. So make me a part of your entire day every day, y'all.
Sounds like a great idea. I know I plan to have it playing in the backdrop of my apartment and everything while I'm doing the various things, whether it's these live streams or whether it's doing other things, maybe even ordering some food and things along those lines. But I will definitely have it playing along with maybe some of my jazz and blues artists that I like as well. So you will definitely be added into the Mark Lee personal rotation. Can't speak for the rest of the audience, but you'll definitely be in my rotation, and definitely plan to have it playing on sometimes, even if I'm just sitting here chilling and everything. So just know that you've got at least one new fan, and hopefully many more as well. So definitely just know that that is the case. I will be checking it out on a regular basis.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of y'all for listening. It's
no problem at all. So we're going to let David slide on out of here and everything. It looks like probably Desiree's got a comment and everything. So we'll see what her last second comment is. Oh, she was giving the thumbs up and everything. So we definitely appreciate that from her as well. So definitely, I'm going to let you slide on out unless you got some final words that you want to say. And then I'm going to pull up the contest words and everything. And I might reveal the answers either later on this show or on next week's show. But definitely always great having you here. And as I like to say, just consider this another digital home. So anytime you got new things coming on and you want to come here and share, or definitely even share your thoughts or share your music, this is another home for you. And you are always welcome to come back anytime that you are available. So just know that you've got another home here as well, anytime that there are things popping off in your world.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm going to just leave with saying, again, a quick shout out to Desiree for being the most wonderful publicist. So I appreciate you. And thanks again, Mark, for having me. I really appreciate it. This was a great time.
No problem at all. Glad you enjoyed yourself. And like I said, hopefully we'll catch you back on a return trip in the not too distant future.
For sure. Thanks. See you.
No problem. Peace. Right. So he's on the way out, and we're going to continue on. I think that Kamashki may come in at some point or another, but definitely it was great seeing Desiree make some comments and share her wisdom as well. So always great having folks that are in here and all of that. So definitely some great conversations going on, and definitely looking forward to many more great conversations with other folks as well. So definitely always good having some fun conversations and learning about different people and what they are up to. And y'all know I love my artists and my creatives and all of that. So definitely was glad to have Desiree bring Mr. Stevens into our party as well, the online dinner party. And now I'm getting ready to bring up some of those clues that I said that I was going to bring up about our folks that are our mystery guests. I did find out where they were located at and all of that. So definitely about to bring in some of these mystery guest clues, and hopefully some of y'all will be able to figure them out and all of that, because I'm thinking that they should have been fairly easy and easy for folks to figure out, but I could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time that I've been wrong in life and all of that. So as I'm getting around and looking for those mystery clues that I've got out there, because they weren't where I thought they were, I'm going to see what Desiree's got to say. Oh, Desiree was saying thank you, and that she would talk with me soon. So always good to see Desiree and some of her amazing guests. I'm going to bring in some more of the interview as we're looking for those clues and to see if Kamashi comes in as well. So I'm going to bring in some more of the interview that we did earlier with the gentleman from Africa and some of the things that he was sharing as well. So I'm going to bring that into where we left it off at before getting involved with the conversation with Mr. Stevens. So get ready to bring that into play, and I'll also get ready to go get the mystery guest as well. So definitely get the clues for the mystery guest. But in the meantime, we're going to pick up where we left off with the interview with Mr. Aaron Young and him talking about some of the things that he had going on in his life. So definitely looking forward to doing that and seeing what folks have got to say about the career and all of that. So we're definitely looking forward to bringing that into the forefront of the next part of the show and everything. So get ready to have that happen in the very shortly. So there we go. And I'm going to bring that up right about where we left off. So we'll go from there.
And I focused in on men again. And it's only recently that I've realized this is because I'm just starting to understand how important a stable, peaceful man is in himself, not attached to his faith, not attached to anything, attached. Spiritual is a good way to look at it, to himself.
Right.
Because when he's truly at peace, yes, he'll have his faith structure, and that, as you said, is very personal choice. But his real, true spirituality and faith is in himself. Minus the car, minus the job, minus the body, minus the girl, minus the everything. So I've started to understand that I believe if we can get men back to that pivotal point of just peace, you don't have to be physically strong necessarily. You don't have to be incredibly smart. You just need to be at peace with yourself, which sounds, again, people go, it's hippie, and no, it's not. It's immense strength in it. Because when you're at peace and when you can understand an institution's role in your life, but still maintain your self-purpose, your partner feels safe to be a mother and a moral guide to your children, and your children feel safe to travel along their journey without fear. Because when you're at peace, fear struggles to enter your home. Right now, what most institutions, I believe, sadly are doing is battling with fear. There's this divide and conquer mentality. And again, we've got to come back to the reality that they're run by humans. They're men and women just like you and I. And a lot of the time when an institution ends up in a situation like we are in the world right now, it doesn't know what to do. And when we don't know what to do, we revert to fear, and we revert to making things up, and we revert to sometimes not the greatest human traits.
No, definitely. Speaking of not the greatest human traits, and it actually comes back to another part of your journey that I want to explore, and also just even how it's impacting our own youth and everything. And I don't have any kids of my own, but I do have 2 nephews. And I know that part of your journey was some of the trials and tribulations that you went through as a youth, because you actually talk about that even in your intro there on Podded, and I imagine some of the other pod matching services that are out there. So you definitely mentioned about having a near-death experience, and it sounds like it was at the hands of your mother, and definitely even having some other things, including abductions and things of that nature. But I was just curious if you could expound a little bit on that, but also how it relates to our current youth, because I will just be perfectly honest, and I've said that on this podcast a couple of times, I've actually been impressed by the youth of today, because I think that they have taken some of the hardships that they have gone through and really taken really taken initiative to be leaders in that space. I've actually said that even though it was my parents' generation, I would argue that this might be one of the most activist generation since the 60s in terms of being involved in issues like climate change and race relations, gender relations, orientation kind of conversations, and a number of other kind of conversations, even climate change and environment in general and pollution and things of that nature. But I think part of that is because they've also gone through some very hard times, because this is a generation that if they're in their early 20s, they've lived through 9/11, they've lived now through a pandemic, they've lived through George Floyd and the whole things around race conversations, and they've lived through a lot of things just like you lived through a lot of things in your youth. So I was just wondering how much of what these kids have gone through do you think has impacted them, and what lessons can you say that you learned from what you went through? Because like I said, when I read about what you went through, and I don't know all the details, you can share that with our audience if you choose to, that just resonated with me, because even though I haven't had those kind of experiences, I've had friends with them. So I was just wondering your thoughts about what you went through, and also how it resonates to the people that are going through that now, because this generation has gone through a lot.
Yeah, look, Mark, thanks. It's an interesting one, and there's lots of story in there. I did have a near-death experience probably at the age of 4 at the hands of my mother. My mother's an addict. I would say still is an addict, and probably, has a lot of the mental health issues that go along with addiction.
Mm-hmm.
So my mother basically gave up one day and had me crying and shook me till I stopped crying, and then threw me on bed and left. She thought she'd killed me, and I obviously can't remember the shaking experience, but I remember coming to and being hungry for days, because she didn't come back for a few days. When she came back, I was still alive, and she says that was a God moment for her. I'm not quite sure what that God moment meant, because she didn't change her behavior too much, but that led on to, yes, at age 5, I had an abduction by a local teenager who basically tried to molest me. He picked the wrong person, and I fought, but I spent a day basically being told I was going to be killed and my family was going to be killed. Now, why these experiences are important to share is because I talked earlier about challenge. Now, this isn't the ideal way that any human should have to go through through challenge or be pushed to understand themselves. I'm not advocating in any way, shape, or form that you need to be traumatized. But what it taught me early on was that I could survive anything, that I was naturally brilliantly resistant and adaptable, and there was nothing I couldn't handle. So what it is it's an extreme example of what happens when young people are forced to problem solve, to look at adversity. Now, they can go either way, and I think this is where we've got probably the biggest problem as humans now, is they can take those skills and they can use them for a negative lifestyle, or they can take those skills and they can use them for a positive. I did both. I wove in and out of it my entire life, where I did the drug thing and then I came back out. And so I did all those, and I was lucky to have come out with way more positives than I did negative. And I think how that relates to people today and how you're talking about is that these trials and tribulations that people are going through is forcing them to be resilient and to look into areas of their mind that were no longer touched by previous generations. They didn't have to. The worst thing that they had to worry about was an economic bubble and possibly not being able to pay the mortgage, which is still a big deal, but it's very different to the future of the human race, which is what pandemics and what terrorism did to people, threat of war constantly. Are we going to lose a family member over in Afghanistan, right? This is constant threat. And when that constant threat presents itself, we're forced into challenge mode, which is, how do I deal with this? How do I create into this? How do I grow through it? We're not able to sit still when there's chaos. So, and this is where we've got a generation who is going to be way more activist. But this is where for us as the elders, and I'm going to say at 47, and for you, we're that elder, to bring some stability to that activism. Because if it goes too far and without some sort of stable presence in it, it could actually turn on us, because they're angry.
Yeah.
They've survived now through the last 10, 15 years of craziness, and they're unsure. And so it does require us as the elder generation to not change what they're doing, because what they're doing is important. They're bringing to the forefront some of the greatest changes we need as a species. But we also need to be in amongst them, being able to speak with stability and hold them to the ground and say, guys, you got it right, but don't lose control of yourself here, because you could end up with a civil war. You could end up with a hell of a lot of crazy stuff flying out because no one's in there speaking with that stability. And again, comes back to why I want to work with men, because I believe men's presence in the community from a leadership example, just on a community level, not on podcasts and that. It doesn't work over a screen. I mean, being present as a strong, stable male gives all that energy and all that activism, that space to just sit back and go, breathe. What are we going to do next? Let's be focused in how we challenge this next part. Let's not break everything and destroy it, because that's where these activism can end up. And we've seen that happen. Let's bring it back to a place where let's make change that lasts forever, so that the next generation and that following generation doesn't have to deal with any of this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You had actually alluded to in that remarks, as well as earlier, about mental health. And we know that whether it was Simone Biles or Naomi Osaka or even Michael Phelps and definitely others, we've seen this conversation around mental health, even among our youth. Because while I'm praising what they've done in activism space, we also know that sometimes they get caught up in that whole like culture of wanting to be liked, whether it's on Facebook or Clubhouse or a number of other places along those lines, and wanting that peer acceptance, whatever that peer acceptance means and everything. So I'm just wondering, what are some of the lessons that you've learned about this whole concept of mental health? Because I don't even think that we're teaching it enough or even doing enough of that space in our institution. But I'd love to know your thoughts about mental health and definitely how it plays a role in social media, because definitely I've seen the negative aspects of that mental health conversation going on, and some of the things going on in social media, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever they may be.
Yeah, look, Mark, we could probably talk for hours on this. The idea of mental health and what's happening is, to put it simply for anyone who's not really sure, is anxiety is a constant state of self-doubt and worry about the future. Depression is a constant attachment to the past. Okay, now, so if you've got any of those, and you hear these labels being talked about, I will say one thing quickly about mental health, and that is we've become an addicted society when it comes to mental health, in that we feel anxiety or we feel depression, we go to a doctor, he gives us a pill. The problem with that pill is a chemical cure for what is a spiritual problem. We live in a society now that is bombarded with energy of all sorts, whether it be TV, radio, social media, phones, iPads, education. We are constantly bombarded by information. Now, the human brain's only capable of so much, and all of us are very different. So for some people, this is an immensely overwhelming experience.
Around, so for the signals, what the signals do. So yeah, there we go. That's got technology, and definitely that's the great thing about coming from Australia. But we're given some great points. You were talking about the way we're bombarded by information, and I couldn't agree with you more. And also the way that sometimes we are diagnosed and given pills. I know that when a friend of mine had a son who is now an adult, but when they were a teenager, they were, given Ritalin, and I'm not even sure that they needed the Ritalin. I actually personally think that they were just a hyperactive kid, and a lot of kids are hyperactive, but they were given the Ritalin, and that was part of their medicine regimen. So I do think that sometimes we're too quick to medicate people, and sometimes all they need is just some me time, as people used to call it, or some exercise time, just so they can burn off some of that hyperactivity and not necessarily do it with a pill, whatever that pill is. And I know that Ritalin is an old pill, and there's several others that are newer now, but I just think that sometimes we over-medicate just society in general.
Yeah, and that's that easy again. We want the easy. We don't want to change the diet, which quite commonly with kids these days is a lot of the problem, because there's so many preservatives and junk in the food we eat. We don't want to take something that's going to do a month of work. We want the pill, because the pill, we just take it every day and it gives us a so-called return. And what we're seeing, and I hope what we're understanding, is it doesn't work. Yeah, if we were to look at the amount of pills consumed across the world in a day that were targeted on anxiety and depression disorders, I think people would be scared. We've become addicts, and we talk about addicts, and we're like, a person with a brown paper bag drinking, or a meth addiction, or heroin. We're just as addicted in our homes as any person on the street living homeless with a drug or an alcohol problem. We just deem it socially acceptable that we take Ritalin, or we take Xanax for depression, or we take a pill. We don't exercise. We don't look at the food that we put into our bodies. And we don't look at things like you brought up earlier, which is an incredibly important thing for young people these days, is what social media is doing to us. Now, I use it as a tool in a very limited way because of the danger it possesses. Now, we possess this thing called an ego. And I think
Right.
on a basic understanding, everyone understands what the ego is. It's the part of us that loves to achieve. It's the part of us that sort of gets bubbled up when we get a pretty girl look at us or smile. It's the part of us that feels awesome when we get a new car. And the part of us that feels great when we get a pay rise. The problem with it is it appears to be unchecked now. We allow our ego to make our decisions for us. Now, in an adult, I guess you have free reign to do that as an adult. But when you're subjecting a child to a form of media that is designed to trick their ego, you are poisoning them into a life of seeking acceptance outside, which means that you're saying to that child, it doesn't matter how you feel about you. What matters is what other people see of you.
Yeah.
Which means that we've gone back to that idea of disconnection where you no longer have any understanding about who you are, which is about kindness, generosity, compassion, true sense of empathy. None of that matters anymore. What matters is, how does my hair look? Am I standing at the right angle? Is the light good on my car? What job have I got? What, and I've seen it in America with what university or what school you go to.
Mm-hmm.
People killing themselves, like young people, because they didn't get accepted to the right college. If we can't as a society look at these sorts of things happening around us and start talking about this realistically and saying that we're over medicated, we don't look at the food.
No.
We in the first world, we're terrible with the junk we put into our bodies. We don't understand how much sugar is in it. And when you put sugar in a little kid's mind, what does a little kid do? Runs crazy. We sit there and we laugh at what happened. Yeah, well, we're doing that as adults, wondering why we can't sit still, why we can't focus, why we always need to pick our phone up and check for a message, why when we're sitting still, we've got to have a television on. Can't just sit.
But we've been doing that for so long. But we've been doing that for so long. I'm thinking about like some of the favorite cereals, because I know a friend of mine does a LinkedIn live show, and that's actually one of the questions he asks is your favorite cereal growing up and your favorite cartoons. And a lot of the cereals are the kind of cereals you're talking about. They've been around forever. So if you think about what's in Cocoa Puffs or what's in Fruit Loops or even what's in some of those other brands that we love so much, they are seriously full of sugars and preservatives and all kinds of other things that are definitely not good for us, chemically speaking, but we start them at a very young age. I would even argue that some of the stuff that's in not the natural milk that mothers give, but the milk that we get from the stores isn't all that great either and everything. One of the other things I was going to ask you, Aaron, and it actually comes back to part of your other past and everything, and I definitely want to get to the part with the conservation and what's going on with your kids, as well as what's going on just in that space. But before we get to that, one of the things that I know that you were involved in was kind of that mentality of the crime element and things of that nature, and definitely had some experience in that, whether it was through your drug involvement and some of the other involvements. And I know that even here, my brother works with at-risk youth and everything, and I think a lot of the lessons that and skills they developed are actually skills that can help them in what we like to consider mainstream jobs. But we just got to get them out of that gang mentality and bring some of those skills into something that is more acceptable in the world and everything, unless they're going to go into something that might be more acceptable, because there is talk of definitely here in the States, more and more states making marijuana legal and everything. But I just wondered if you could share some of the experience of deciding to go into that world, and also some of the things that maybe you learned from that world that you feel help you even now, and what you would like to see kids that are in that space do. Because I know that you probably definitely want them out of that space, because the danger is you could go to prison, as I know you have, or you could go and not be here on the planet, because you could also lose your life in some of that space as well. So that's part of the reason that I don't encourage people to go into those jobs, because it definitely has some risk in it that aren't worth the reward, at least not in my mind. But I'd love to know your thoughts about your involvement in that space and some of the lessons that you would probably like to pass on to others that are in that space, whether they're here or whether they're where you are in Australia, or whether they're in Zimbabwe, or whether they're in England.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. The truth around that for me, especially as a young male, because that's all I can speak about, is It was driven by two things, and that was fear was the first part. And no gangbanger or no one in that world is going to talk about fear honestly. It's something we need to start addressing. Is you will find that in every man or young man who's in that lifestyle, this all started around fear at a very young age, looking around in his environment and being totally scared witless. Now, how does a man react to fear when it's constant in his life? He gets stronger. He gets tougher. He lets his ego step up to the front, and now he starts puffing his chest out because he doesn't want to look scared. Now, primarily, he's a man, and so his reaction to being in constant state of fear is to get tougher and tougher and to push himself into situations that prove to him that he's not scared. Now, if you live in an environment where you're surrounded by some of the things that we're talking about, then there really is no avenue for you to find a healthy place to deal with that fear. So what do? You challenge yourself in a gang life.
Yeah.
The other part, and the other part of this disease, because it is a disease, is hopelessness.
Mhm.
If that fear is not addressed at an early age, and we're talking like sort of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Right.
and then there is a sense at the age of 12 of hopelessness, of what have I got to live for? No alternative. If it's not clearly offered in a supportive way, then it's a recipe for disaster. And I
Right.
think, sadly, America is the perfect example of what happened when the communities or your governments allowed this to happen, because they did. It wasn't like it was an accident that one night, you woke up and that was what was there. This was a deterioration which happened over many years, and no one did anything about it. So now it's going to take going back into these, youth. And when I say youth, you're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old boys, because when they learn to understand it's okay to be scared, then they won't feel the need to puff their chest out and carry a 9mm.
Right.
Yeah, because it is okay to be scared. As a human being, you're allowed to be scared. I think I was scared. I've been chased by lions. I've been charged by elephants. And I did 2 stints in African prisons. So for anyone in the States who wants to talk about prison and what a terrible life, I did African prison as the only white man, surrounded by thousands of Africans wanting to kill me.
Yeah.
So I understand fear very, very well. What I learned is that in that environment, I had to do exactly what I'm talking about. Hypocritically, I had to become an animal. Otherwise, I was a dead man. But when you come out the other side, post that experience, it was one of those beautiful lessons where I was able to look back and see that every single one of those men around me was scared to death. Fear, and you could see it in their eyes. Didn't matter how big and strong it was. It didn't matter how much of that prison he ran as a boss. He was scared. And it took me back to being a little kid in those experiences that I lived in, being constantly in fear, to understand I countered fear with anger. And the angrier I got, the more angry I got, the more I could prove to myself that I could win a fight, and if I could win another fight. And then putting myself into that criminal thing was challenge. I can beat this. I'm tougher than that guy. Look at me. Look at me. Painting on the outside that ego. Look at me. I'm strong. I'm tough. I'm capable. When deep inside is this tiny little boy who is scared to death.
Yeah. Wow. It raises 2 interesting questions, and I'd love to know your thoughts about both of these. One is that sometimes I feel that in a lot of ways, whether it's Oz, which I know is an older TV show, or some of the other ones that have existed and everything, we sometimes let media, and particularly movies and television, paint that crime life in a overly glamorous kind of way. And I'd love to know your thoughts about that. And I'd also love to know your thoughts about the second point that I'm getting ready to bring up, which is that most of the gangs, I don't care whether they're in Soweto over there in South Africa, or whether they're in Liverpool, in London, or in the Watts in California and everything, the drugs aren't necessarily coming from the people that are there. They have to be coming from outside. And a lot of times I feel that they're coming from government sources that are turning a blind eye, because, as I like to say, I don't know that many people that live in those spaces that own a private plane or a helicopter, and they've got to be allowed to get into a place from a place of a higher source and all of that. So I just want to know your thoughts about, one, the fact that we call it a drug on wars, but I don't know if it's a drug on wars if we're not going after the bigger parts of the ship that actually own the planes and the helicopters and all of that, and or winnable war. And also the way that media portrays this is some sort of glamorous lifestyle. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on both of those things that I bring up and raise.
Yeah, and it is a good point, because I remember growing up and on movies like New Jack City. I don't know if you remember that, and then Boys in the Hood. And as much as there was a terrible ending in both of those, the bulk of the movie was very much, again, talking about this idea that you were a strong, confident male. And that was that was what it was painting, is that you had to be strong and you had to be confident. And if you weren't, then you weren't anything to be measured by. And again, the media has a massive role to play in that it's not held responsible for the message that it sells. And there are no regulations on what it gives out, because we all demand a free and fair press, don't we? We'll demand that we should have access to anything and everything that we see fit as responsible adults. The problem is we're not responsible adults. We're human beings who have desires and have all these parts of us that we're not prepared to actually admit sometimes aren't very healthy. You know, we could go into like you look at access to pornography.
Yeah.
And what's going on? Why have we suddenly accepted that it is okay for it to be free and fairly available to everybody? Same with the sort of messages that you can see when it comes to gang life, like people posting pictures of themselves in situations with massive amounts of cash, weapons, and half-naked women has become something that we're not allowed to, as a society, say, hang on, we're not comfortable with that. We're not. And
Right.
I don't think we should be comfortable. And I think we should be able to speak up about that, and that the media should have at some point some checks and balances. You know,
Right.
there's a fine line between a free and fair press and a toxic press. Yeah. And I think that we've got the same problem here in Australia. It's anywhere in the first world, really. In the third world, there's no issue because they just stop it. You don't get access. They tell you you don't, it's not there, it doesn't exist. But in the first world, we demand and we march for free press, and we want free rights. Yes, we do in certain areas of our life, like you talk about with the race issue. Yes, we need it there. But then there are other elements where we need to protect our kids.
No, I definitely agree with you. And even on that side, I sometimes am surprised as to what we allow in there. And like I said, I think that I am a believer in, having access and definitely having some freedom of press, and freedom of press is a very important ideal and everything. But if you're looking at that space that you just mentioned, there is a whole lot of things in that porn space that is very much child related. And I mean, those people could probably be prosecuted, but we don't really see anybody going after them. Because I know that if you go to any of those websites, you will see people that are way under the age of 18 engaged in some very graphic things and everything of that nature. But I haven't seen any way that they're really attempting to regulate it and as much as they could.
Yeah, and it's like what you bring with the drug thing. It's very similar. In fact, they probably go hand in hand. The fact that we have the ability to invade countries with some of the most crazy military technology in the entire world. We can, you watch the cameras, gun cameras and the surveillance that these guys are capable of using to hold a war and to bomb a precision bomb, but yet we can't stop the flow of drugs and we can't stop and regulate the porn industry. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. The problem is we don't, because there is this idea politically that it can lose in the election because it's treading on that free press. And this is where, like I say, we need a free and fair press. We do, without fail, because it highlights and exposes the wrongs in the world. But when it goes too far and we now open up things that aren't really press, gaming, porn, they're not press, they're not media. There should be regulation. There should be more restriction on it. We are not as capable to make wise choices as we like to think sometimes, and that is because we're driven by that human mind. Human mind is full of desire, and I'm not saying take it away. I'm not an advocate for take everything away and make us all live in robes in churches or monasteries. No, I'm not. But what I'm realistic about is, as humans, we have our faults, and that we need to start accepting them and living within them and understanding them, because what we're doing is we're giving these kids no option. They're bombarded with it by the day they're 6 and 7. I watch parenting groups on Facebook, people saying, how much screen time is acceptable for my 2-year-old? And I'm like, what? You're 2 years old and you've got an iPad?
Wow.
You're serious. And people, and there's like 500-600 answers to this, Mark, debating how much screen time a 2-year-old, one of them was an 18-month-old.
Wow, an 18-month-old.
And that's where we've come to, and this is where I'm sort of, I guess I get a bit hyped up. You can see me jumping in my seat a bit, because I believe I look outside me, we've got a beautiful world around us, and we're completely ignoring it and forgetting about it. And when we forget nature, of which we are a part,
right,
we're on a very slippery slope. Yeah,
no,
we're connected to it.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And I was actually remembering that, and it's probably been several years now, because my nephews, this is the month that they turn 12 and 13 and everything. So I'm trying to remember the exact ages and the exact months, but I know August is the year that is their 12th and 13th birthday months and all of that. But I just remember that I want to say it was maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. So they would have been 8 or 9. And one of them called me up, and it was like, they called me up on my cell phone, and they're like, is Uncle Mark there? And I'm sitting there going like, who is this calling me? And how did you get a cell phone and everything? Because I'm going like, I don't remember having a cell phone at 8. I definitely don't remember my younger brother, who is 7 years my younger, having a cell phone at his age of 8. So I'm like, when did we decide that we were going to give you a cell phone? And you're talking about people that are even younger than that. They're like 1 or 2. And I'm going like, wait a minute. I don't know that I'm ready for you to have a cell phone and be calling me. Like I said, he doesn't call me on a regular basis. I think he's probably called me 2 or 3 times, but I still wasn't prepared for them to have that access at that particular age. And speaking of access, is another question I was going to ask you really quickly, just your thoughts on it. We are seeing a lot of people here that are very much concerned about, and it comes back to that personal space, that the vaccination, a lot of people even here in the Carolinas and throughout the United States are saying, they didn't want the vaccine, or they didn't feel that the vaccine was safe, and they don't feel that they should be forced to take the vaccine. The same with the mask. We're having folks literally having almost fisticuffs over whether they should wear the mask or shouldn't wear the mask if they're in school board meetings. I remember seeing a clip of one of those cases in Tennessee that took place like a few days ago, and all of that. So I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts about people that are being asked in the one side or the other to take a side, whether that's pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine, whether that's pro-mask or anti-mask? I was just wondering your thoughts, as we're in the middle of this pandemic, that those seem to be the big issues. Nobody really seems to be arguing over whether you're going to be pro-hand washing or anti-hand washing. I guess that's just common good manners and everything. So I haven't heard a big battle about that part of the principles of the things we're supposed to do over getting protected and everything along those lines. So, the pro-cleanliness and the pro-hand washing and anti-hand washing, I haven't heard that argument yet. Maybe that's coming later, but definitely we've had conversations around masks and vaccinations. I was just wondering your thoughts about these ways that people are going at each other over those two topics.
Yeah, look, it's interesting because I think firstly it looks a lot like Republican Democrat, doesn't it? Like it's almost another point of division. It's just another reason for us to fight. Has it got a little bit of basis? Probably more so than the political one. The truth is, I think ultimately it's a personal choice. Now, see, it's hard for me to answer this with, say, an American listener in mind, because you guys have had a massive amount of deaths.
Right.
We've had, I think, 18 in the entire state of 5 million.
Wow.
So for me to answer it here, my attitude is I'm not taking any vaccine, and I'll wear a mask out of respect for an elderly person in an area. So if I live in an area with a lot of retirees. So if I walk into a shop and I see a lot of elderly people, I'll put my mask on because I want them to feel comfortable and I don't want them to live in fear. But if I'm walking around in an open area, I refuse. I won't wear my mask because there's no scientific basis for its need. And again, what seems to have happened with this whole debate is that we've thrown out the common sense and the reality, the science, for fear. So wear your mask because I tell you to. Hang on, I'm riding my bike down the street. Why would I wear a mask when I'm riding my bike down the street? Because I told you to. Well, hang on a second. When we start living in a world that starts foregoing scientific fact or common sense for a law like that, then again, it's a slippery slope. And I think it's why we're finding people picking a side, because they're feeling that their civil liberties are being pressed on. Like, how dare you tell me what to do? And what we seem to have lost sight of is the fact that there is a respect level here. We've got a disease. Where it came from and how, I don't know. Was it manufactured in China? Probably. I don't know. I can't change that. Can't fix it. All right. So whether the Chinese did or didn't do it, what am I going to do about it? If we found out tomorrow they did, is it going to change it? No, it still exists. So for us to get caught up in all these semantics with where am I, all we need to remember is that this is about respecting another human being.
Right.
And we've forgotten about that. We love to pick a side. I was once told by a very wise man, you can be right or you can be happy. Very rarely with a serious topic can you be both. Yeah, and we are spending so much demanding righteousness. I am right, you are wrong. And we're forgetting the fact that this is just another human being on the other side who just sees the world differently to us. Yeah. What does that do? Repercussions of that: division, more fighting, more hatred.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't agree with you more than that and everything. Now, I do want to get to the journey of Africa and everything. And actually, a good friend of mine who unfortunately passed away many years ago was involved in the space of being a student of African dance and actually the founder of the African American Dance Ensemble. So he was my good friend, Chuck Davis. And I know he would travel around to different parts of Africa and learn about the different traditional dances there and bring them here and everything, and was definitely a dance pioneer here in our area. He actually started the company in New York, but he definitely did a lot of knowledge of African dance and African customs. And I know one of the things that he was always talking about was some of the lessons learned from those different countries he went to, because a lot of times they were more respectful of the elderly than say we are in the First Nations. And definitely, I know that one of the slogans that he had was love, peace, and respect for everybody. So that's the way he always ended his Kwanzaa performances, and people still carry that kind of attitude as they are continuing his legacy, even though he passed away many years ago and all of that. But I was just wondering some of the things that you learned when you went to the parts of Africa that you went, that you both enjoyed, as well as some of the things that maybe you did not enjoy. Because I do know that as somebody that's originally from Australia, there might have been parts of the continent that you did not enjoy, but that's a fair assessment of anybody when they go to a new land. But I was just wondering what some of the things that you enjoyed about the parts of that continent that you were at, and what are some of the things that are things that you did not enjoy, and some of the lessons that you learned from that part of Africa that you visited, which I know is more of the southern part.
Yeah, well, I moved there in 2008, so I was in Africa for a little over 10 years of my life. What did I like was very easy for me early on, was there was a sense of sincerity amongst Africans, because it was a much simpler existence for them. There was also an incredible depth of culture. Now, that was what I fell in love with, and many of my years of travel before Africa, in the Middle East and through Asia, were always driven by culture. I'm always in awe of a culture that has survived, say, 1,000 years, and that is still alive and kicking post, ministries and monasteries and all these people sort of having their stamp and interfering with it. And I was always one to encourage, and still to this day am, any slice of a piece of culture that I can get my hands onto. Sadly, in my 10 years in Africa, what I saw was the degradation of that culture. And this was really based around media. So if you go into an area in Africa, anywhere in Southern Africa, where there is no television and there is very little radio, but mainly politically based radio, what you'll find is still a deep sense of culture, a deep sense of respect for the elderly, a deep sense of respect for a man's position in a tribe and his responsibility to care for and look after his children and his family. What happened, though, is the media arrives and that instantly tears that down. Second thing that arrives is alcohol. Right. Now, with those two things, what you saw and what I saw in 10 years was a very rapid decline in respect for culture, which was probably the number one thing that saddens me about Africa, is that I would work in areas with a couple of hundred staff and I wouldn't see culture. So what I would do is I would bring it back, and I would actually tell them that it was part of their job description to bring up the stories from their grandfather and their great-grandfather and to tell them in groups. You know, another part of the problem with what's happened with Africa is people move around based on work. So Africa as a continent is not a series of countries, as we like to look at on a map. It is a series of tribes. So just because we have South Africa and Zimbabwe and Mozambique and Namibia and Botswana, they're a colonial structure. That's not how Africa is. They're tribes of Xhosa and Ndebele and Shona, and these people, that's the way the place operates. Now, when Africans have to move all over the continent in search of work, you end up with communities split up with all of these different tribes. Now, that's, I guess, like taking 5 different nations of the planet and putting them in one spot and expecting them to all to coexist. It doesn't happen readily. But what also happens is their culture is diluted because there's not now a tribal circle and there's not a community of them. So you might have 4 guys from one tribe, 1 guy from another tribe, 6 from another country, Burundi and Gambia. And so what happens is their cultures don't mesh. So slowly it just melts away and dissolves. And then what enters in, and this is where the problem is in the absence of culture, is corruption. Right. And if you'd ask me what I dislike about the continent more than anything, it would be the corruption. Well, yeah, because it's become a way of life and it is accepted and it's been generationally accepted. So now that a 5 or a 6-year-old boy is taught very early on how to grease the palms, how to make things work. You want a job, you're going to pay. Yeah, you want to get up in life, you're going to have to do certain things, and they've got nothing to do with integrity or hard work. They've got to do being allied either with a family caste, having the right surname, marrying into the right family, or paying your way through. and it is the number one killer of progress in Africa.
Well, yeah, because one of the things I've learned is we do a variety of shows here on the international broadcast media, and one of them is a gentleman named, we call him Brother Mike, because a lot of people, myself included, are not the greatest at pronouncing his traditional name and all of that, and I think Mike is his middle name, so we just go with Brother Mike for short and everything. But he does a show called Mind Closet based out of Nigeria. He's had a couple of guests that have come out of that police conversation and that conversation around their version of Black Lives Matter, because it seems that they have a Black Lives Matter movement as well that deals with police and young people, but of course it's in Africa, so it's different than our Black Lives Matter, because here it's mostly, I'm not saying it's all about white cops and Black youth, but most of the incidents have been European cops or white cops and Black youth, whereas there it's the same principle of the cops and the police not being they're dealing with corruptions or things of that nature, and the youth being the same color. So it's almost like the whole conversation that we have here in the States about Black on Black crime. So even though it's a Black Lives Matter movement, because it's about the police youth division, but it's the people that are the police and the youth are of the same race and everything. So that gives a whole different dynamic to the conversation. And I imagine it's the same thing in even parts of Southern Africa as well, where there's probably some police and youth divide that exists, but in that case, the majority of the police are Black and the majority of the youth are Black as well, or African and African. But I was just wondering your thoughts on that, because I do know in the conversations, he brought me in as a fellow panelist, a co-moderator or whatever. I do remember hearing that conversation. That was part of what we were talking about, was that there were some similar issues like needing body cameras and definitely wanting to give youth respect and maybe even the talk, but it was in a different context, in a majority first world nation versus in a African nation.
Yeah, look, Mark, it's very different over there. I mean, it is a different world, and we need to understand that the youth can be responsible for change. So what happens in many African countries, the reason the police are so harsh on them is because politically they need to be controlled. If you look at anywhere in the world, when we tend to see uprising or this demand for change, it tends to come from that late teen, early 20s, into
Right.
that late 20s. So the police are using force to quell injustice, to basically stop them rising up. And, you look at any university or college, and this is tend to be the breeding ground for dissent.
Right.
So, in Southern Africa, especially in my experience, the worst crimes committed were committed by political cadres who were all African. I mean, in Zimbabwe, for example, there's about 20,000 Europeans left and 12 million Africans. So you don't have any police officers who are European. There's no government, officials that are Europeans anymore. So you see a lot of terrible things, but the way I learned to look at it, especially after doing 2 stints in prison over there, is that they're just people. So you stop looking at what color they are, especially in prison. The section I was in had people from all over Africa. So there were Congolese, there were Burundians, Gambians, there were Ghanans, there were Botswanans, South Africans. Every single African country was represented in that prison. So all I saw was people.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say that I've been in places where violence can be committed on both sides. I try and remove the color from it, and I can do that, I guess, because I've had the experience in Africa. It saddens me. Just you asking the question and bringing it up, I can feel straight away in my gut, because I saw some terrible things in there. Life was very cheap, and the way people are treated, especially in Zimbabwe, by the minority is abhorrent. It's disgusting, and it's all for political gain. It's corruption. It's money. There's more gold in Zimbabwe than there is in the whole of the country, the whole of the continent, minus Nigeria. Zimbabwe has more gold. You can walk in areas and it's everywhere.
Wow.
Diamonds. It's got the richest diamond fields in the world. Yet I think it's the second poorest country in the world. That's because of corruption. And so, it's when you bring that question up, my heart instantly sinks, because I see the most horrible things that were committed, and people having arms cut, and some of that sort of political violence driven by their own people. No longer was there an excuse. You can't blame that colonial anymore, because they're gone. The horrific acts of them, they're gone. They're in the past. Now this sort of stuff was being committed by their own kind, by their brethren. And you scratch your head, and it's why I won't go back.
Yeah, I mean, and part of that even goes back to the early history, because I know I was having a conversation with some friends of mine about slavery and things of that nature. And yes, colonialism was definitely a horrible thing that came out of a lot of the first world nations, whether that was England or France or things along those lines. But sometimes we forget the role that even historically some of the leadership had even in the selling of the slaves, because definitely there were some people in those nations even back then that were complacent in the whole slavery that was going on, and that they were participating, whether they were kidnapping their own or kidnapping rival tribes and helping to ship them to America or the Caribbeans. And I don't know, I've been hearing more of these conversations in clubhouse spaces and in other spaces, but sometimes that conversation isn't brought up as much as it probably should be. And also including the conversation about some of the freed nations, because there was at least Liberia that some of the people moved back to and was created as a freed nation. But I think a lot of times those conversations aren't held, the roles of the Caribbean nations, the roles of even tribes in Africa during that. And I've even seen it here locally, because, you know, people talk about the renewal, urban renewal, and some of the things that happened in the destruction of some historically African-American communities, but it couldn't be done without the aid of people within the community. So yeah, they might have gotten some extra money, coming back to our ego conversation, but there were some people that were bought out. And in order for that to happen, because you can't run a road through a neighborhood without having at least some permission from some leadership within that community, whether it's here or whether it's in Africa, whether it's in France or England or wherever these things may happen. But you've got to have people that are in that space that help with the whole concept. So you can't just blame one folks without at least acknowledging that some of those in your own community had to be at least compliant in the whole discussion in order for it to happen, because there had to be some allies in those conversations. And I think that oftentimes we don't talk about that and actually give it the part of the story that needs to be told. And before we get to the elephants, I definitely want to know your thoughts on the elephants and how they're doing there in Africa and the lions. But before we get to that, I definitely want to talk about storytelling, because like I said, I mentioned Chuck and I mentioned some of my other friends that are storytellers. And one of the things I used to love about African culture was that it was very storytelling driven. And a lot of that was the oral stories. But as you were talking, you were giving me the feeling that a lot of that has been lost. And we're not hearing as much of those drum stories and those stories passed from our elderly to our youth. And some of those were some great stories, even stories about lessons. So like I said, they might be told in fable form, but they were very stories based on fact, or stories, even if they were done as, allusions or allegories and things of that nature, they were still about bringing a message. And as I'm hearing you, I'm feeling like in your mind, some of those stories are being lost. And I know even here, we don't have enough conversations with our elderly. And sometimes after they pass away, that chance to talk to them is gone as well. So am I correct in hearing you in that you feel that some of these story opportunities are being lost and we're losing some of those historical stories?
Yeah, well, like blatantly, yes. And it's sad. You know, I would sit with my staff, especially in the latter days in Zimbabwe when I was farming, and I would sit and encourage them, and I would take the leaders of the farm. You would have, definitive leaders who stood above everyone else, and I'd bring them in and I'd say to them, guys, do you understand what you are foregoing for your children's futures? And the simple reality for them was that those days were gone. The TV had arrived and they'd been sold on denim jeans, black sunglasses, and a Mercedes-Benz. And so trying to convince them, and it took some time, and I started to get them to understand the importance of culture, and how if they looked at what was happening with, say, people, the Europeans in Zimbabwe, they were all going to the bush. You know, the Europeans' aim in Zimbabwe was to not live in the cities. They all wanted to go back to nature. And the African was wanting to leave nature and go to the cities. And so I was trying to teach them about the importance of culture, something that most Europeans have zero of. What culture does a European have? In all honesty, colonialism. Like, it's not exactly something. Whereas African has 1,000 years plus of these stories that have been passed down from father to son, that whole time. What that does is creates a bond. And I talked about this with parenting, with fatherhood. Now, we're not seeing a father with his son, because quite often what happens in Africa is the father's off working 600 to 800 kilometers or 500 miles away. So he's not even present with his son to be able to do that. And when he is working, he's probably working 16 hours plus a day. Mm-hmm. So the emphasis is being taken off the importance of culture, the importance of these stories. And there's no one there championing. You know, you've got Bill Gates spending billions of dollars on AIDS research and all this stuff and experimenting on Africans, in my humble opinion, over there. You've got no one actually investing in culture. And one thing that will save us on a community level going forward is this reinforcing or redeveloping this bond between father and son or father and daughter, and then that continuing on. Because around that campfire or around that lounge, that story being shared is a moment of sincere connection. I've talked about this before. It's a moment where you are bonded. We don't have those moments anymore because when we sit in a lounge room, there's a television on.
Right.
Yeah, when we're sitting at a campfire, most people are usually drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the importance of those stories was not necessarily about why did the elephant get its trunk or why does the hippopotamus. It was about that moment of sincere connection when the story was being shared. We've foregone that in Western culture entirely. And what's happened because of the introduction of media and a TV in every home in Africa, they're just seeing the importance less and less of it. I don't see any campaigns. I saw none in my time there where people were trying to understand the importance of it and foster it, you know, mentor it. Because, you know, I don't want, you know, I would hate to see a child grow up and their cultural understanding now is about Tom and Jerry, like mine was, because that was my culture as a kid, was a cartoon.
Well,
Theirs was how the elephant got his trunk. Why does the hippopotamus come on land at night? Why is an alligator? You know what I mean? These were their stories. The story didn't matter whether it be Aboriginal in Australia, an African or Asian. It was the bonding and the community spirit that was maintained and reinforced every time those stories were shared. Respect of your elders.
right.
Elders being present when the fathers and the mothers are off working in the farm or hunting. The elders cared for the children.
Yeah.
We've broken all of that.
Yeah, we've broken all of that, no doubt about that. Speaking of that bond, and I know that a friend of mine actually next week is going to be doing his conversation that he does regularly about African American business and trying to encourage African American businesses to grow and develop and kind of like in some ways emulate some of the other cultures, be that Asian cultures, and I'll use India as an example, or some of the Hispanic cultures, and actually develop stronger bonds of communications within the African American community, because they say oftentimes that our dollars in the African American community vanish out of our community very quickly. And part of what they have suggested doing is connecting with other parts of the diaspora, meaning connecting with Africa, connecting with the Caribbean, other places that minorities might be at that are part of the same lineage, whatever that lineage is, even though I would argue that quite a few of the people in the African American space, and I definitely have some of that lineage in addition to some Native American and European background as well. But definitely, that being said, I was just wondering, as one that spent some time in Africa, do you think that that's even possible? Because I know a lot of times, even those that are professing their African American identity couldn't tell you which part of the country they were from, like which country in Africa they were from, and they probably definitely couldn't tell you which tribe they were from. But I was just wondering, with that divide, and I know that this is from an Australian perspective as one that spent time in Africa, but do you even think that that's something that's possible to be done? Because I have heard this conversation going on for a while, this want to put together the African American leaders and business community with people in, say, the Caribbean and in parts of Africa. But I was just wondering your thoughts, is that even doable?
I think anything's possible. Is it wise just yet? I'm not quite sure, because I think you hit on a point. The idea is to strengthen the bonds locally before you start looking out to the rest of the world. When you've got very much, and you brought up a good example in the Indian business community,
right?
If they're going to buy anything in Indian business community, they buy it from each other.
Right.
They do not, under any circumstance, and if they can't, one of them gets it for them. They don't go outside. When you strengthen that bond, then I think it is a very good idea, because I think Africa could use the mentorship. I think it would be an incredible way, with the world the way it is now, I think even more important. But I think realistically, before the idea of spreading out across the world and connecting with Africa and its problems and its inherent corruption to just try and be present there, you'll have to pay, is there needs to be really a lot of work put in that focus of genuine, sincere bonding and connection within those businesses. Because once you get that, it's a natural instinct and it stays and it doesn't go away. Then you've got that ability to connect outwards. I mean, the Indians have been doing it for 1,000 years. Asians have been doing it for 1,000 years. This is something that takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, you know, and when that's there, I think anything is possible, Mark. And I think it's a great idea, but you just want to do it from a platform where you're able to stand with morals and integrity. Because the last thing you want to do is go to Africa and then have it to play their game, which is now throwing your morals and integrity out and being corrupt to try and achieve something, because you're not going to achieve much when you're basically just now acting in the same way.
That makes a lot of sense and everything. I said I was going to get to that part of the conversation as well, which is definitely I've always been a fan of shows back in the day, like Wild Wild Kingdom and or Wild Kingdom, Usual Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and definitely a lot of other ones that explored Africa or just the world in general, and definitely the environmental. I even remember watching the gentleman from Australia, Crocodile Dundee, and some of his specials. But I was just wondering, what got you into having an interest in lions and elephants and their protection, and how are we doing as a people in terms of protecting these very powerful animals? Because like I said, they're very powerful. A friend of mine just came from Nairobi, and I remember them sharing with me their story about how, you know, people were going on one of those safaris and actually wanted to get out of the car, even though they were told definitely don't do that and everything, because you never know what the animals are going to do. And they definitely followed the rules and everything. But I think they said others may have not followed the rules, but they then quickly decided to follow the rules because they probably saw the lions and the tigers giving them a side eye, to use that expression, and everything. But I was just wondering your thoughts about how we're doing in terms of protecting these majestic animals, whether it's the lion, the tiger, the various other animals that are there. I've always been a fan of the cheetah and the leopard, but I was just wondering your thoughts as to how we're doing in that space and what brought you into that space. What made you have an interest in the elephants, the rhinoceroses, and the big cats?
Yeah, look, for me, by pure accident, I don't have any education in this. I was in Mozambique, and I went to go do a job, which is conservation farming, which was teaching tribal elders to stop slash and burn farming, which is cutting all the trees down, planting, and just continuing this, which is destroying, you know, every piece of vegetation. And the job fell through. I found myself in a hunting camp. And I was running a big game safari hunting camp, you know, where they're basically killing all these animals. Very quickly, I realized that the idea of the hunting industry being a part of conservation, which it probably was 50, 60 years prior, was absolute hogwash. That wasn't true, and it was wholesale slaughter. And that between poaching on a tribal level, poaching on a commercial level, and hunting, the species were being wiped out, and there wasn't much hope for them at all. So upon moving back to Zimbabwe, I worked with a gentleman who taught me how to track elephant, how to track lions, and how to immobilize them and move them. So we were moving them, we were stocking game parks and trying to get people, getting animals back into parks and areas where they've been long gone, so that we could try and rebuild populations. And then one day I woke up and took it a step further and decided to try and save specific groups of elephants in a place called Chirundu in northern Zimbabwe. So we developed principles and techniques and methods to keep the elephants away from humans. Most animals, whether it be a lion, an elephant, anything, as soon as it comes into conflict, or what is termed conflict by a human, it's killed. And so what I started to do was to go out there and educate and teach the animals to stay away, but also teach the people and go into the schools, which was by rebuilding schools, talking to local politicians about how we could apply value to the animal alive and stop destroying them. So I did that for many years. And then I also went out and ran anti-poaching veterinarian teams. So a lot of animals end up in poaching snares, which is just a horrible piece of wire laid on the ground. The animal gets caught in it, usually tightens over their limb, and they take weeks to die. I was then sent out to track these animals down and try and rescue them. And then we would perform operations in the field to get them back on their feet. I did that for a couple of years as well. And what I found out and what I realized towards the end of my time in conservation was that we're probably on a fine line of balance. So we're doing a relatively good job, but we're losing in one area, and that is land.
Right.
We are focusing so much on saving a species. So you'll see us save the rhino, save the elephant, save a lion, save a leopard. All these beautiful, iconic animals are disappearing, and Greenpeace will manipulate you, and all these big companies will tell you what's happening. But we're trying to save one rhino, 5 elephant. We're not protecting the land. You're not going to save any species until you protect the land. So until governments go into these African countries and say, we are going to sponsor a national park, we're going to fence it, and we're going to look after it, that's when we'll really make headway into protecting species. Because without land, you're just protecting an animal in a zoo. And this is what had happened for too many years. Is the NGOs, which is the not for profits, you know, the guys, the charity raisers,
Right.
they're raising all this money and they're protecting one small pocket of rhino, but the land around it was owned by either tribes or it was owned by politicians, and they were just coming in and killing everything. And there was nothing that you could do to stop it. So when the focus is more on protecting land, then we still have a really strong hope of saving a lot of these species. Right now with COVID, the stories that I'm getting out of Southern Africa is it's not necessarily positive news, because there's nobody out there protecting these animals. There's no funds, because all the money that would have gone into conservation is now being soaked up and used in COVID.
Mm-hmm.
But the beautiful thing about nature is it has its own rules. And if we do if we take small steps, it can bounce back very quickly. So, you know, I always have hope nature can always triumph. We've always triumphed as a species, and we are nothing but a piece of nature. So, you know, I think during COVID, they're taking a hammering. I think the poaching is probably going unchecked. But like I said, I have strong hopes for the future once we get past this COVID and the fear around it, that with the right land and with the right people and without the corruption, anything is possible.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You had mentioned definitely a lot of things, including the whole concept of seeing those animals in the zoo. And a lot of times when we think of animals, we think of them particularly in the zoos and the circus and all of that. And I'm not going to lie and say I've never been to a circus. I've been to Universal Soul Circus a couple of times, and I've definitely been to some other circuses as well, and definitely have been to zoos. So I just wonder, as one that's been in that conservation space, how important do you feel it is for us to have zoos that have these animals, or for them to even be involved in that circus life? Or is that something that we should be going against? Because like I said, I sometimes, even when I would watch the circus zoos in particular, wonder if they were not being abused in some way because they were not out in their natural environment. And definitely, you know, we want our kids to know about the animals, whether it's a hippopotamus or a lion or a tiger, or even some of the animals that are more common to zoos like pandas and things of that nature. But I do sometimes wonder about them being in our environments, whether we're bringing them to New York or whether we're bringing them to the St. Louis Zoo, versus them being in their natural environment. I know we all can't pack up and spend money, because we all don't have that kind of money to go to, say, Zimbabwe or wherever these animals are. But I was just wondering, as a conservationist, what your thoughts are about where we usually see these animals, which is in that zoo and circus space.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting question. I think on the circus front, I think it's an archaic thing which should be phased out. But on the zoos, I think it's a necessary evil. Do I like it? No, not necessarily, because I've seen animals and I've seen that the mental anguish that can be affected on them. But I also have seen the power of what a zoo can do, because a 5-year-old looking at these animals in real life versus on a screen can impact their value. So when they look at an elephant and they smell it and they can see it alive, it has a value to them now. Whereas when we watch television, it's not the same. So I think that with the way the world is heading, I think that we need zoos. I think we need them. I think possibly what really could be happening with them is they need to be just geared way more towards education. They should be free for kids under 10. Shouldn't be charging a cent, and they should be encouraged constantly to spend this time so that they can empathize with it. When they see that elephant, even if he isn't, not in the greatest enclosure in the world, when they see that documentary about poaching in Africa, they're going to actually connect with that animal and go, I saw that elephant, I can see where it comes from. And maybe then they'll grow up having more respect for it, and they'll be one of those pioneers or one of those people that when there's people trying to raise money to support a national park and to buy the land, say, or lease the land from a government, they'll support it. Whereas without that ability to connect with that live animal, chances are that these animals will be forgotten. No one will care because they're not seeing them. They're not getting that ability to empathize and connect with it as a live species.
No, that makes a lot of sense. How much of a problem is poaching? Because I do know whether it's even some of the sea animals like whales and other kind of animals, even dolphins, that sometimes we grab those animals and we grab their skins for different things, including clothes and things of that nature. And it definitely, I've never been a big fan of leopard clothes or even some of the other clothes that are out there. And I also know that in some cultures, it's even used as a food source, some of these exotic animals and everything. But I was just wondering, how big of a poaching problem in your mind is it globally? And is that primarily what most of it is being used for? And a lot of times I'm thinking that it's like a deer carcass. And I'm just going to use an American animal as an example, that yes, you kill the deer and yes, you may have part of the venison meat, but a lot of times what you're killing and how much of it you're using is not matching each other. I'll just put it that way, because a lot of times when we kill the animal, it's like to say we're killing an animal for the tusk and we want to make jewelry out of that. Well, after you've got the tusk, and that's only a small fraction of what an elephant or a hippopotamus is all about, then how much of the rest of the body is going to waste for the carnivorous or the predator animals to get to it, be that a hawk or a eagle or whatever other predators they may be out there and everything. But I was just wondering your thoughts about the nature of poaching and its use, because it seems to me everything is being used either for food or for some fashion statement.
Yeah, look, it's a good question, because there are two types of poaching. There is community poaching and then there's commercial poaching. Now, in all honesty, community poaching in Southern Africa is probably almost non-existent. It's on a very small scale, and it tends to be in areas where animals and humans conflict, which means then they're not necessarily going out of their way to poach these animals. If these animals come in close to where the humans reside, they've got snares out and they'll tend to find it. Now, when there's borders, like say between Zambia and Zimbabwe, that changes slightly, because they will cross the borders and they will poach in each other's countries, but it's not the greater percentage. Commercial poaching is the problem, and it is driven by big dollars. Rhino horn at one point was $60,000 a kilo. So basically that's taking about, I think, 4 to 5 or 6% of an animal's body weight and selling it, and the rest of it just gets left to rot like you bought up. This is being driven by 100% an Asian market, predominantly China, Cambodia, Laos, but predominantly China. And the reason for that, and this is not about me picking on the Chinese, this is about the Chinese presence in Africa. China is slowly colonizing Africa as a continent. The difference between what China does and what, say, the previous colonial powers does is China's very quiet. It's very, very quiet. So just about every airport in Southern Africa is owned by China. Just about every major freeway, highway is built by and either owned or leased by China. Most of your diamond fields are now owned and run by the Chinese. So what's happened is, very quietly, the Chinese have lent favor after favor after favor to African governments. And I will build you a water treatment facility. I will build you a freeway. I will build you a highway. I will build you. You give me that diamond mine. You give me that gold mine. You give me that platinum. You give me that copper. And so this has become more of an urgent issue, because as they have done this, their presence, and they'll bring in their own workers, has become more obvious. And sadly, and again, I'm not picking on them, they don't seem to care about an African species, because they're not from Africa, and they basically will hunt something to the point of extinction without any real moral compass. And I don't know why that is. And I know this is not all Chinese people as a whole. This is just the select group that have been placed in Africa to do the job of the Chinese government. That's their job. They're not heartless and cruel. They're just doing what they're told. The problem with doing what they're told is that there's no defense against it. I was anti-poaching in parts of Mozambique, where quite clearly you could see Chinese-equipped Tanzanian soldiers had been poaching elephant in riverbeds. And when talking about pursuing them, we were told, no, you can't do that. Not allowed. Even though these are Tanzanian troops with Chinese military boots in a foreign country poaching elephant, it was no, you can't touch that. Yeah, so the commercial poaching is where our greater danger lies, because it's being left unchecked because of the political favors that are being bandied across between, these poor African governments who literally are just selling off their countries because, they just struggle, I guess, to understand, a Chinese diplomat is 1,000 times more practiced at this form of ambassadorship and doing favors than an African guy who, if he's lucky, has maybe been given a little bit of education, and so sadly Africa's being manipulated.
It sounds like it.
Use the
What
form.
for those that are watching and everything, what would you say is one of the greatest risks of a species, whether it's one of the elephant species or one of the lion species becoming extinct? Because I oftentimes hear people talk about extinction, and then us having that human ego. A lot of times we'll have that attitude of, well, it's just one species out of thousands and all of that. What impact does it really have on us? And I do sometimes think that we as humans get this attitude that, we are the top of the food chain in terms of the animal kingdom and all of that. I don't know that I necessarily agree, because I'm one of those people that will go out and, run across a rabbit and even maybe have a little bit of a conversation with that rabbit. So it's not like they're actually talking back to me, but I just want to acknowledge their presence and that we're in the same space together. But I do know that there are other people that are very much, we're at the top of the food chain, and we don't need to be having any conversations or doing anything but taking over. And if one of them or two of them pass by, so be it. So those people that have that so be it attitude as they're seeing these species disappear, what would your answer be to them?
Yeah, for me, it's a very simple one, but people don't really want to understand it. And that is that we are part of nature. Nature provides us the clean water we drink and the air we breathe. Okay. We are a part of that. Now, just because we are probably the largest footprint technologically, and because we can speak and we can have this technological chat and we can do this and share these opinions and ideas, does not make us any better than these other parts of it. Now, I think we measure status and this ability to communicate and build buildings and build cars and build computers as a measure of one's success. And the truth is, if we were to disappear tomorrow, the world would very quickly erase all history of us. We would be gone within 50 years. There wouldn't be much left to see of us. We are just a part of something much bigger. And I think we've forgotten that. And I think it's only when we look at when we've got dirty water being pumped into our homes, which you're seeing a little bit of that happening in the States, when your air is so poisonous you can't breathe it without a mask, when you see things like viruses spreading from animals across to humans, that maybe we might start to realize that these laws of nature, which have existed long before any man put foot in this galaxy, are going to rule regardless of how much we think we're better than them. So we can continue to stomp all over the place and we can continue to act this way. I can't stop anyone, but we are going to pay the price. And I believe that this pandemic is possibly one of those wake-up calls where we start to realize that those rules, those laws of nature, that which our food comes by, without the laws of nature and the cycles of weather, we don't have farms.
Right.
No farms, no food. If we don't understand our part in that chain, then we're going to pay a heavy price. And the worst part of that statement is that you and I, Mark, will be okay. It's going to be our kids' kids.
Right.
So what we're basically doing is we're choosing to say, I'm so selfish that I don't care about what happens to children 50 years from now. And I think that that's probably one of those damning moments where we stop and have a look and go, how do we not care what happens to a child's future? When did we get to a point where we cared so little? And again, conditioning. We just got to look at some of the communities that have been abandoned over the years. And America's a great example of what the government will do when it turns the other way. We've got to stop doing this. We keep paying the price and think that we just turn the other way. Focus on another disaster. Instead of this pandemic bringing us closer to this idea of looking at nature, looking at understanding this sense of connection that we need, we've just chosen it as another reason to go war with each other.
Yeah. Wow, that's real deep and everything. And you're so right about that. We've chosen to just use it as another means to go to war and all of that, and don't even think about the impact that it can have on us as a people and everything. And it's just got that deep impact on a regular basis. I know that you had mentioned earlier, and I'd love to hear about this part of the story as well, that your kids are still in Africa, and of course you're separated from them and everything. So what is the possibility of your unifying with them, and what can people that maybe even are watching this podcast and definitely this live stream do to help you make that reconnection? Because like I said, I know that you're in Australia because of some of the government things that were going on, and definitely some of the things that are going on. And maybe even if you step your foot back in that country, you might even have to spend more time. So I don't know if the effort is to try to get your kids and your family back to you or vice versa. But if folks are listening and they want to help you with that effort, what are some of the things that they can do to make that happen?
Yeah, look, well, what happened basically is you can see I'm quite an outspoken young gentleman, and I took on corruption quite heavily when I was in Zimbabwe in all aspects of life. And at one point, I took it on. I got involved in trying to fix something that I shouldn't have, which is another trait of mine that I'm quite ignorant. And I was set up for political reasons, and I did a couple of stints in prison. I fought the charges, but inevitably I lost that battle, and I was deported at gunpoint and sent back to Australia. Just so your listeners are aware, that didn't stop me. 6 weeks after I arrived back in Australia, I jumped back on a plane into a neighbouring country, which was Mozambique. And I got to see my kids, because my kids to this day still don't know I went to prison. All they know is that daddy was home one day and the next he was in Australia. I got tired of sitting in Mozambique waiting for a job. So I smuggled myself across the Zimbabwean border illegally and actually spent Christmas of 2019 with my children, where their mother then said that she was going to come back to Australia. And then I got back here, and then COVID hit, and sadly, their mother has decided that she wants to lay low and stay in Zimbabwe. There's not much people can do. You know, it's a waiting game with COVID and with the severe restrictions the Australian government has put on people coming and going, and with the fear that's around this disease and the fear that the mother of my kids has about moving. It's a waiting game, and it's basically a test of patience for me, and a test of compassion, and a test of kindness, because I need to maintain myself in a peaceful manner and protect the relationship between their mother and I, which at times is not good, because I obviously want my children in a safe place. Zimbabwe's not a safe place with COVID, let alone the political issues and also my past history there as well. I guess if I was to ask people to do anything, it wouldn't be for me, is to do it for themselves, and I teach this, I wake up every day remembering that I've lost the two children that I was ultimately responsible for protecting, nurturing, guiding, and supporting through their lives. So when you wake up today, or if you do listen to this, I want you to go and have a look at your kids. I want you to hug them, and I want you to look them in the eyes for about 60 seconds, deeply look into their eyes, and understand what it is that you're here for.
Okay.
And that, yes, I understand you're busy, and yes, I understand money is a driving force in your life, but no money in the world can buy the presence of a parent. And I know that firsthand, because I'm lucky if I get to speak to my children every few days via a phone. So I don't, and I've got no way to fix that right now. It is one of those true examples of where every single day I learn to be patient. I learn to be kind. I can't step foot back in Zimbabwe. If I did and I was caught, I did illegally enter the country. I did legally escape the country again when I had to get out. If I got caught, I'd be doing 6 to 10 years. And it's just not going to serve anyone for me to be locked up in a prison. You know, I've got a message, and I've got my work to do, and I've got something I need to build, so that when I can bring them to me.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And you mentioned about the role of parents, and I actually have argued, like I said, I don't have any, but I do have my 2 nephews, that a lot of times we don't understand that even though it was kind of a political catchphrase, but it is a very true political catchphrase. It does take a nation to run a child, or whatever that phrase that Hillary used to use, and everything. And whether you have any or you don't, I know that there are quite a few people that I consider my kids that might be the kids of friends of mine, or the kids of even ex-girlfriends, or even current ladies that are involved in my life, that definitely I consider to be part of my family of folks that I am responsible for in some way or another, even though I may not have the money or the resources, but I definitely feel that if they needed some advice or needed something else, that I would be there for them. And like I said, it might not be monetarily, it might just be words of advice, but I do think that a lot of times we neglect the uncle figures, for lack of a better term, and everything, because there are a lot of folks that have that father aspect or that uncle aspect that may not have any kids or have been blessed with any of their own. But I was just wondering if you could speak to those people that for whatever reasons may not have kids. Maybe they weren't blessed with finding the right woman, or maybe they were in health reasons or whatever reasons they did not have kids, but definitely they want to have a role in helping the next generation. So as one that is a father, but also an activist, what kind of words of encouragement would you give to those that might be in that uncle figure kind of attitude?
Yeah, well, you made a very good point, that we're all fathers, not just to our own kids, You know, we may not be a father. I may not have brought my next door neighbor's daughter into the world, but the truth is, if she ever needed something or if they needed something, I would be there. And I think this goes back to what I talked about, this sense of community. Yeah, father, uncle, whatever term you want to use for it, we have a responsibility to step out of our homes, step away from the television, and know about the people around us, to show them that we care, to say, how are you? And wait for the response and listen, and then understand when they're not okay, you know, give them support. That's really all I can offer, because I could go on and on with all these lovely words and a lot of cliches, and the ego loves to sound really clever. But the truth is, all we really need to do is come back to that very simple act of knowing the people around us. Because any change we're going to see in the world, Mark, is going to come from a community level. There's no one person, president, political leader, religious, spiritual leader who can say something that is going to change the human species. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. It's not new. But what we can each do as individuals is change our little circle. And that is, I can change my home and raise good, strong boys. Good. Or good, strong children. I can help support my neighbor if he's struggling to do the same. Or I can try and teach and share my message with humility and grace, not arrogance and I'm right, to the people around me. I can do my courses on the beach for free. I can go to my school, my preschool for my children, and I can try and talk and help there or support them. That is how we change the world, not by grand statements and miracles, but by just going out into our local communities and just being men of presence, you know, or women of presence, because it is just equally as possible that a woman can do just the same thing. I just speak from a man's perspective, because as a male and the energy a man holds in that strength, when used properly, people feel safe. When a man is strong in that peace and that strength, people feel safe. When people feel safe, they can grow. Otherwise, they'll just hunker down, they'll become selfish, they put their head down, they just go, 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 go. When they feel safe, they can actually stand up and look around them, and they can grow. And right now, what we need is just to grow. We need to learn from our mistakes.
No doubt about that. One of the things that two of the founders of this network talk about is the education system. And they oftentimes talk about that they feel that we are in the 21st century, but we have 18th century values. So I just wonder, as one that is dealing with a lot of very important issues. I know that in their case, one of them is a pension fund person. So very much is talking about like the way that we don't teach financial wellness or even financial literacy. Now, the other one is in the engineering space, and they would argue that we don't teach enough about like gender roles or even like battling against those gender stereotypes. And definitely there have brothers that have been in the domestic violence space. So they would argue that we don't teach enough about relationships as well. So what would you say to those people that are looking at our education system? And would you agree with, I believe it's Nick, who's one of the founders, statement that we are in the 21st century, but our values are very 18th century oriented in the way that we teach, and that we're not teaching anymore about critical thinking or about some of the things that we need to know in life, whether that's financial literacy, whether that's home economics, or a number of other things that we all need to know. So I was just wondering, what are your thoughts about that statement, and do you find that to be a truism?
No, 100%. And I think I go even simpler. So when I hear this discussion brought up, and it's one that's incredibly close to my heart, is we don't teach gratitude. Now, people go, what are you talking about? We don't teach. No, we don't teach people to be grateful anymore. Yeah, we don't teach humility. And this is, I think, happened with the disconnection of grandparents being present in the home, and grandparents, and I think elders being more present in the community. We don't teach the very fundamentals of what it takes just to be a good human being.
Right.
Yeah. So there's no spiritual element, and then there's that faith thing. We're not teaching. Kids have got more stuff than ever. Even kids in America or Australia who would be considered poor have more stuff than what I can tell you is really poor, which is Africa or Asia. Yeah. Yet very rarely will you see them show gratitude for what they have. Very rarely will you see them show gratitude even for the things they don't have. See, I can be grateful for the things I don't have because they can teach me to aspire to grow and learn more. So we are completely free of the word gratitude. And when you do hear it, you tend to hear it as a cliche. I am grateful for my car. I'm grateful for my job. But it's one of the foundations of things I teach people, is this idea that if we want well-rounded, caring people, then we need to start teaching gratitude and humility, self-honesty, the ability to say, I made a mistake. I am sorry. We don't teach forgiveness. We don't, these are the things that, as much as we need to teach people financial security, how to manage money, which are incredibly important because people get into trouble with debt.
Right.
If we don't teach them how to be decent people, then our society will continue to crumble, and we'll continue to fight, and we'll continue to demand righteousness. I'm right because I want a vaccine. You're wrong because you don't, vice versa. I'm right because I'm a Democrat. All these angles that we choose to be right. If we learn gratitude, if we learn this humility and this sense of grace, you don't have to like the Republican or the Democrat. I'm not telling you to love everyone, because that's not what we are, but you can respect the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we won't do that without gratitude. We won't do it without humility, and we certainly won't do it without forgiveness. And we need a ton of all three of those.
Yeah, we definitely need all three of those. And you're right, we don't do enough of that. And like I said, I don't even know that we do enough respecting, as you mentioned earlier, of our grandparents and those that are in our elderly society. You mentioned something, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about this, that you have lived there in Africa. And a lot of times we talk about homelessness, and I'm not saying that it doesn't exist in America. I actually live not that far from Duke. I'm about maybe a block and a half away from that prestigious university. I know if I was to leave out here, it's actually raining, so I probably won't. But if I was to leave out here and go to one of the corner stores, I would probably run across at least 5 or 6 people that are claiming that they are homeless here, or that they don't have enough resources, or they may not be living in their houses. They might be living under a bridge or in a wood thicket, or maybe they're living in an abandoned house. But our version of homelessness versus those in Africa and Asia are probably vastly different. So what do you say to those people that are talking about being homeless here in America? Do you feel that that's a legitimate concern that we as Americans need to have? And do you even think that it compares to the homelessness of, say, somebody in Africa or one of the African nations and those in the Asian nations?
Yeah, look, they can't even compare. The differences are chalk and cheese. But see, the thing with homelessness in the first world is actually more to do with, firstly, mental health.
Right.
Because what we do find, and what we have understood, is that the bulk of people in these situations, and I don't say all, but the bulk of them having this mental health issues, I believe it's a real problem. But I also believe that a bigger problem for us as a society is that we do tend to lean on this victim mentality. People can be very, very quick to forget what the real word of suffering means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, this isn't all, because there are genuine cases of people who fall on hard times. But I also can tell you very quickly that in the first world, there is nothing but opportunity. Everywhere you look, there is opportunity. There is always bureaucratic systems in place where you can find help. Always, whether it be homelessness, whether it be addiction, whether it be, there is counseling, there is always a way if you want it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why it falls back sometimes on the serious, I guess, lack of mental health understanding, because most of these people don't go looking for that help and stay in that victim place because there's no support for them. And they're either medicated heavily, or they've fallen into that addiction cycle, which is an incredibly hard one to break with, words. You can't just go out and tell them what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing, So it's a tricky one. It's a real thing. But I can tell you from personal experience that there's nothing that someone from the first world can't achieve.
Yeah.
We have a blessed existence. It's tough at times, and there are going to be situations you find yourself where you're on your knees begging for help, but you've got it 1,000 times better than anyone in the third world who's stuck in that poverty situation. Yeah, people in that political turmoil who are constantly being persecuted because of their tribal connection, or because of stealing a loaf of bread because they were starving and doing, 3 years in prison, or stealing a piece of copper cable to sell on the black market and doing an instant mandatory 10-year sentence for 1 foot of copper cable.
Wow.
Yeah. Second sentence, 20 years.
That's incredible and everything. And those are like some very things that we don't think about, even in terms of human rights and things of that nature. When it comes to ways that we try to address the human rights issues, I know a lot of times we look at these nation alliances, whether that's the United Nations, whether that's the Paris Accords, whether that's the various other kinds of agencies that exist out there. As one that's been in that space of activism, and particularly global activism, how do you feel that we're doing in terms of using these tools, whether it's the United Nations or the Paris Accord or a number of other things, in order to actually deal with these world situations? I know that there's like even an organization that is supposed to be all the African nations together that is separate from the UN, and I can't think of its name right now, but I was just wondering, this attempt to use nation building and nation building organizations to help in these causes. Do you think that they're worth it, or are they just part of the bureaucracy that is even as guilty as some of the rest of it?
Yeah, look, my humble experience with this one is that, you know, we talked a little bit about these institutions, and what we forget about them is that they're run by human beings.
Right.
And human beings aren't always as capable as we would like them to be. My personal experience in Southern Africa with these types of institutions is they've become part of the problem and not part of the solution. The amount of corruption in some of these groups, and I'd love to mention names, but I won't for fear of being sued, that are being handed out hundreds of millions of dollars per year in funding management. So, you know, managing projects to teach a certain type of farming or drilling boreholes, etc. The amount of wastage probably exceeds 60%. So if $100 million is sent to a project, 60 million of that is being wasted. And that's probably conservative. It's probably more like 75 to 80%. Simply because the money leaves out of this idea that we've got to do well, we've got to give this aid money, we've got to try and be nice people. But what they're really doing is buying political power. They want a connection with that country because it's got gold, oil, gas, diamonds. They want a farming subsidy. They want something from that country. They don't actually measure a return on the money once it arrives. So the bodies who are handling it are literally reinvesting it for 6 months. So if you imagine if I give you $300 million and you reinvest that for 6 months, they skim the investment and then they put the 300 million in. So they're basically in themselves acting as corrupt institutions. Yeah. And the measurement is like this. They'll go into an area for 4 years and they will conduct a project, say, to provide clean water. At the end of 4 years, they will produce a study which says, look at what we've done. We've lowered mortality rates. We've got higher health. We've got better farming practices. And then they leave. And then what happens the second they leave is the equipment gets stolen, broken, and falls into disrepair. No one picks up the pieces. Another project comes in 6 months later and says, oh my gosh, look what's happened here. We need to fix this. This has been going on in Africa for probably 40 to 50 years now. It has become an institutionalized series of jobs. There are project managers there who just move every 4 years from project to project, taking a massive paycheck, clean the water there, and then 12 years later, they go back to where they started and they start building the same project again.
Well, and it's not just Africa. It's not just Africa, though, because I know we were doing coverage, just daily coverage of the Olympics, and we were actually reflecting on how that happens even in the sports world. And I know it happened in the current location over there in Tokyo, because you build these grand stadiums and you build these great things in order for the competitors to be in them. But then, you know, half the time they're building things that are only having one-off uses. Because I mean, like if you're building and I'm just using this as an example, I'm not saying that they built it because it's not an Olympic sport yet, but say you built a cricket stadium in Tokyo and there's no cricket in that country anymore, what good does the cricket stadium do? And we can even say the same thing about the skateboards, because skateboards were in the Olympics this year. So they built these elaborate skateboard facilities, and a couple of the kids in Tokyo may be using it, but it's not going to be as used as efficiently as it was during the Olympics. So I've seen that happen now for decades, as I'm in my late 50s. So you see these people building things and then they're sitting there in waste. It even happened in Atlanta when the Olympics were in Atlanta several years back, and some of those buildings are still there and still not being used all that much. And even here in North Carolina, where we never had the Olympics, but we had like one of those junior Olympic competitions, and a couple of the things that were built, as far as I know, they're not being used because they were in sports that are not traditional to this area. They weren't like a basketball court or a baseball field or something that is more common here in this area. So I couldn't agree with you more that even in all things, we have this kind of waste that goes on, and we have to be very careful about that. Get ready to wind down, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. But before I wind down, I wanted to bring up a couple of things that you brought up and just learn some of your lessons learned. And one of the things you talked about was those stories, and it's kind of like, why the elephant has its tusk, and maybe one about the alligator and things of that nature, or the crocodile. But I was just wondering, what were some of those stories that resonated with you, and what were some of the ones that you can share with our audience? Because I do believe in, we've had some deep conversations, but fun conversations are good as well. So I was just wondering what some of those stories that really resonated with you were, and what some of those folk tales that you remember from your time in Africa that you really enjoyed.
Well, the main one that I would use, and it's the only one that I really share because it's the only one I know properly. I'm very shy about the idea of repeating cultural history that is not my own, but is the elephant in his trunk. And there's literally, at one point, an elephant didn't have a trunk; he just had a short nose, like all other animals. And the crocodile got hold of him, and literally there was a battle at that riverside. And so they basically pulled and pulled and pulled, and neither one of them would let go. And over this battle of subsequent time, again, remember this is a fable, the elephant's trunk grew and grew and grew, until at one point the elephant and the crocodile decided to enter a compromise, and that was that they could both step back and step away. And to me, it was very steep, that example, in African cultures, was the idea that yes, they went to war with each other, and yes, there was a lot of theft of cattle and things like that. But there's also a great amount of respect for the idea that some sometimes you had to let each other live their way. And this was this idea of letting go. And I saw on your rules of life there, the number one was this letting go. And I think as humans, it's probably the greatest thing we need to start learning to do is letting go of this righteousness, letting go of this need to fight, letting go of these opinions that we hold so dear and think are part of us, and realize that they're just words. They're not who we truly are. We have immense strength inside us. Each one of us has the power to change the world if we let go of all of this junk, you know.
No doubt about that. And you just mentioned something else, which you alluded to when you didn't necessarily want to tell the story and everything. And I'm glad that you did share that and everything. But what is your thoughts? Because it comes up even in our conversations here in the West, and particularly in the United States and even England, around cultural appropriatism and things of that nature. Because I do think that it does become a problem when people from one culture decide to either tell the story or kind of like use it as if it's their own. I'm a big fan of the blues, and we know that it happened in blues. We know that it happened in jazz. We know that it's happened in a lot of parts of our world. So I was just wondering your thoughts about people that, admire something that may not be from that culture and then wind up usurping some of its uses and things along those lines. So I just wondered your thoughts, because it sounds like you have some very strong thoughts in that regards.
Yeah, I just think that there's a very simple word, and it was when we were talking about things that we should be teaching in education, there was a number 4 that I should have mentioned. That was respect. Right. Is quite simply that you can pay homage or respect to any of these things culturally. Like if I was to try and tell a story, if I can't do it justice and if I can't speak from my heart and quote where it came from and in detail, then I shouldn't go there out of respect. Right. You know, when I pay respect and I show that humility to someone for the borrowing of that, what I do is I form a bond. And it comes back to that idea of sincere connection. When I honor and show that person the respect they deserve, what do I get back? I get the same thing, which creates unity, not division. So when we refuse to honor and have that respect, what we do is we create disconnect. So what's that? Selfishness, arrogance, righteousness. Again, we go back to that whole opposing. We can choose to connect or we can disconnect.
Yep, no doubt about that.
And respect is the necessary term there.
Yeah, no, respect is very much needed. And I do sometimes think that we don't do enough of that respect element and all of that. One of the things that we do regularly on this show is a couple of things. One, any ways that folks can get in touch with you in social media, we definitely want you to have that opportunity to share that in case anybody wants to reach out to you and find out about how the concept is going and about the various battles that you are part of are continuing and things of that nature. So if you want to share any of your social media, I definitely want to give you that opportunity. But we are also part of a global network. Like I said, we've got shows in Nigeria. We've had speakers from Australia, England, South Africa, a number of other places around the globe. So one of the things that I try to do regularly, and I think some of the other announcers do as well, is give people a chance to share their words of encouragement and positivity. So that's one of the ways that I like to end the shows and all of that. So if you got some social media that you want to share, I definitely want to give you that opportunity and any words of encouragement and positivity. And Aaron, I've now got your email, so do know that I'm going to be keeping in touch with you, and do know that you have a welcome space here on this show, as well as my various other shows, as well as the audio podcast. So anytime that you want to share what's going on or share any of your wisdom, do know that this is another one of your digital homes. So you are always welcome to come back anytime that you feel like it. I've thoroughly enjoyed the conversation, and I know our listeners have as well. So definitely consider this one of your digital homes. But that being said, if you want to give us some ways that people can reach you and any words of positivity and encouragement that you would like to give the global world.
Mark, thank you. That digital home, that's the first time I've heard that phrase used, and I really, really like that. That touched me. I really, really like that. So look, guys, if you want to hear me ramble on more and talk about my experiences and the lessons that I give to people, I mentor and I coach people from Australia. My business is called Catalyst Coaching Australia. Facebook, Instagram. You can get my email address from Mark if you send it through to, I'm sure they've got a contact details, or Aaron Young. You can look me up on Facebook as well. You'll find me and you'll see me with my son there. My words of encouragement are very simple. And that is, you've heard me use some pretty simple words like gratitude, humility, respect. If you want to be someone who is remembered for having integrity and for leaving a legacy or a positive mark on this world that you live in, start living by these simple rules: gratitude, respect, humility, and connection. Okay, don't be afraid to step out of your front door and go say hi to your neighbors and ask them, how are you? And don't just ask it because I said it. Ask it because you want to know how they are. Mm-hmm. Offer them a hand if there's ever an emergency and they need someone to care for their children. They may not take you up on the offer. They don't need to. You're connecting with them sincerely, and by offering them support, you're rebuilding your community. And the more we rebuild our communities, the stronger we are, because we are not the presidents and prime ministers and government officials. We are people. When we connect with other people, we are the strength of our nation and of this world. We need to stop relying on these figureheads and these parties and these people above us to make the decisions that shape our lives. Because every day we get the choice in how we act. President doesn't dictate what you do and what you eat for breakfast. He doesn't tell you what to do. He doesn't tell you how to behave. That's your choice. Doesn't matter who's in charge. Doesn't matter from the local level right to the top. You choose how you act. So make wise choices and make humble choices and stay connected with the people around you. Speak to your grandparents. Speak to your parents. Yeah, that's it.
No, definitely some great advice and some very strong advice that you gave and everything. I said that was the last question, and one just pops into my head at the last second, because that's what happens in these lovely interviews and everything. But we've talked about the political leaders and definitely some of the corporate leaders, but not as much about them. And I know that recently we've had a couple of billionaires, and I think the third one is supposed to be going up to space. It looks to me like they're going up to space for one big joyride and all of that. But I was just wondering what your thoughts are about how a lot of people are getting caught up in wanting to admire these billionaires, whether it's Elon Musk or whether it's the other billionaires like the guy from Virgin Airways, Richard Branson, or another of other people, or even when we get into admiring the athletes of the world, whether that's LeBron James or whoever else out there. But I was just wondering, do you sometimes feel that we get too caught up into these kind of like corporate worlds? And like I said, in my mind, those space trips, because all I understand is that they're going just basically above space. They're not even going, or above atmosphere. They're not even going totally into space. So I'm not sure where we're getting out of it when we've got people like you that are dealing with issues that are real world issues that we need to conquer here on this planet. And we're going up on a joyride into space, in my mind. And I don't know that we gathered anything that's going to help our fight that you're doing, or the fight that Greta's doing around climate change, or a number of the other fights that are out there that are real world problems right now. And it's not going on a joyride. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about these trips into space, and whether they're worth it, or whether they're just another exercise in ego.
Yeah, you know what? Another very good point, and something I talk to people a lot about, is distraction. And you know, we can respect people for being leaders within their field, and we can respect innovation. There's nothing wrong with it. But the truth is, we've reached a point now where you quite poignantly showed us we've got a lot of junk to deal with on this planet. A lot. Whether it be the way we overfishing, we over farm. There's so many real problems that we've got, and we can all admit that yes, there's an issue here. When we start to distract ourselves with these lovely ideas of going to space, what we do is we remove the emphasis from our personal responsibility. You know, I just mentioned to people, if you want power, go and choose, because you've got a choice every day to do what you want to do. When you're looking at a guy going to space and you're in awe of him, you're losing the opportunity to be in awe of yourself. Stop looking at the guy going into space in $1 billion spaceship and have a look at you. The more you are at peace with yourself and in awe of who you are, as I said before, the stronger your home will be, the stronger your community will become. The more you are a presence within that community that can be relied upon, that's where strength is. You know, I don't want to take away from innovation. I don't want to say I'm anti it. I don't respect it very much, because I think it's ridiculous. Anyone with $1 billion can do anything. Mm-hmm. But I say it distracts us from what's important, and that is who we are and the choices we make. I'd rather spend and emphasize more time on who I am and how I act in my community every day, and how I'm seen as a father, as a partner, and as a business person, than I would if I had $1 billion going to space. So until you know, if I had $1 billion, I'd be building centers to get young men into into training at young ages. I'd be getting fatherless kids into situations where they can actually test themselves and challenge and take that positivity out into the world. I wouldn't be shooting stuff into space for us all to look at and go, ooh and ah, at like fireworks. No, I wouldn't. And, you know, that's just my humble opinion and 2 cents on it. But we've got real world problems here.
Yeah, there's a lot of real world problems and all of that. One of the things, I had the pleasure of interviewing a guy that is a original breakdancer from California and part of that original breakdancing crew. And he was definitely involved in some of that gang life as well back in the day in California and everything. And he said that there were some things that he regretted in life. I mean, he didn't speak on them. It could have been some of the drug dealing. It might have even been murder for all I know and everything. But I was just wondering, would you say that that's something that you also have to deal with in your own life? And without getting into the details as to what that might be, but there are things that you sometimes go to sleep with that you feel that you have regretted in your life and everything. And how do you internalize that and process that, if that does exist, without going into details of what it may or may not be, because I didn't go into details with him.
Yeah, no, of course I do. I do. I have some pretty big ones that I do. And what I do with is I act on them. So if I've made a mistake, I'm honest about it and I ask for forgiveness, and I try and earn forgiveness. So you can look at it. There's a word called karma. Most people are introduced to this idea that, you know, you get this cup, and you can fill it with good or you can fill it with bad. So what you do is I try and be a man of integrity. So for the mistakes I've made, I'm honest and ask for forgiveness. And then what I do is I try to live my life every day to the best of my ability to be the best man possible. So that for anything I did wrong that I cannot seek forgiveness, something that I still don't, go to sleep still carrying as a weight, I wake up knowing that the choices I make today can help pay penance, or it can help pay back that loan I took when I made a mistake. Because at any point, your life is able to do that.
Right.
Every single one of us has got mistakes. Every single one of us carries mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
It's what you do with those mistakes that matters. You can carry them on your back and you let them weigh you down your whole life. Or you can get up every single day and go, I'm going to do something positive with my life. And that'll be my way of paying back the world for that time when I wasn't at my best.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that. One of the shows that we have, and that's actually what I'm gonna bring up right now, is the spot. And then after that, I'll hit the in broadcast button and everything. But just as another light note and everything, we have Sasha Starr, who is over there in Canada, formerly from Russia, and he does a show on chess. I know that Nick Palveda, one of our founders, is a big chess fan as well. I used to play back in the day when I was a youngster, and I was nowhere near their levels because I think that they are actually champions and are world pros and all of that. So that being said, I'm going to play that. I'm also going to play one about a creative show that we do called Talking Upstream. So on a light note to end things, and I'm going to play both of those spots and then hit the end broadcast. Definitely, Aaron, are you a chess player? And if so, are you any good, or do you have any creative blood in you outside of what you're doing in the conservation and the elephant and lion protection space? So do you have any skills that people might be surprised about you, whether that's chess, whether that's being a creative writer or an actor or whatever? So is there any skill levels that you have in those, or a skill that might surprise people that are listening, that they might go like, wow, I didn't know Aaron did that?
Yeah, okay. Well, I can sing a bit. That's probably, I sing a bit, a little bit. But other than that, no, my skills are all with people. I can't draw. I don't really have anything to offer the world except my experience and my stories and my cliches and my and I guess my giving without expectation. Yeah. So that's I wear my heart on my sleeve. That's my gift.
No problem. I will be sure to invite you to my friend Brian, who is a LinkedIn influencer. He's not part of this network, but he's definitely on LinkedIn all the time. And he does a couple of shows, What's Up Wednesdays and Shout Out Saturdays. But when he does What's Up Wednesdays, I believe that's the one that he does it. He does a lip sync competition. And I, like you, would never claim to have any singing abilities. I have co-written maybe one or two group songs just where we gave ideas for lyrics and things of that nature. I know I did that with the Daybreakers, which is a dance community, and I think I may have done it. Yes, I did do it, but it was more of a poem, kind of choreo poem with a group in the National Black Theater Festival. But yes, I did try lip syncing. So maybe one of these Wednesdays I'll call Aaron up and be like, if he wants to compete, because it was me and Tim, one of his Brian's producers, going up against Brian and Nancy. There was no prize involved. We still think we won because that's just what happens with ego. You think that you won no matter whether you did or did not win, and there was no real judges. So we can just go back and forth and claim that we won. They can claim that they won, and nobody's really going to argue one way or the other who's right, because as far as we're concerned, we're both right. So I'm sure that Tim and me think that we won. They probably think that they won. But if anybody's watching, do know that Team Tark did win. Team Bancy lost. Just wanted to put that out there and everything. As we've been talking about ego, yes, I can have fun with my ego as well. So I'm here to put on this lovely spot about the chess show, as well as one of the other shows that I just mentioned, Talking Upstream, and then I'll hit the end broadcast. But it has been delightful talking to Aaron, and I look forward to having more conversations with him in the very near future.
Thanks, Mark. My pleasure.
No problem. All right, as some of y'all may have been noticing, there were clues going across the screen and all of that. So that was some of the clues from none other than the mystery guest. So, like I said, hopefully y'all were watching and paying attention. And if you were, hopefully you'll be able to add your thoughts as to who the mystery guests are. And I'll be revealing the mystery guests on next week's episode. I think that's the way I'm going to do that. So y'all have a chance to actually get out there and tell me who the mystery guest is. First person that gives me that on LinkedIn, they will definitely win some sort of prize. I'm not sure what it is. It'll be a small prize right now because that's all that we can deal with is small prizes. But definitely that's some of the clues that I am bringing across for our two mystery guests. So I'm going to give them to you once again. This particular mystery guest wrote a romance novel, and he was also tone deaf. And apparently he was definitely, singing out of key and doing other things while he was doing other things in the world. And he died at age 51 on the island of St. Helena after a long, unpleasant illness. The cause of his illness has never been conclusively established, however, and his death remains one of those great mysteries of life. As a matter of fact, there are several conspiracy theories around what it may be and all of that. His name has become synonymous with shortness. Indeed, there is a term named after him, used to characterize short, overly aggressive people, and it is conceptually bound to his famously diminutive nature or statue, or at least what some people may consider diminutive and all of that. He also discovered the Rosetta Stone. Yes, it was discovered by his soldiers during the Egyptian campaign in 1799. At the height of his power, he was developed the habit of dressing up as a lower class bourgeoisie and wandering the streets of Paris. So that's what he was known for doing, even as kind of wandering around and trying to fit in with the people and all of that. And seemingly his aim was to find out what the man on the street really thought of him, and he reportedly quizzed random passerbys about their emperor's merits. And at the time of the death, he measured 5 feet 2 inches in French units, the equivalent of 5 foot 6.5 inches in modern measurement units, which was a distinctly average height at that time. So maybe he wasn't as short as people thought he was, and all of that. So that's a little bit about that person. And the other person that I was going to bring up, I'm going to bring up some of their stats as well as some of their information and all of that. But as a professor of Cambridge, his lectures were poorly attended. His mother wanted him to be a farmer. And as an adult, he immersed himself in his work, had no hobbies, and never married. He even remained silent about some of his scientific and mathematical discoveries for years, if he published them at all. So definitely that's some of the quotes about that particular person as well. I'll give you some quotes. The quotes may have come from one or the other of these leaders, but definitely there are quotes that you may find in their repertoire. History is a set of lies agreed upon. A leader is a dealer in hope. And religion is what keeps the poor from murdering the rich. That's actually a very interesting quote. And I wonder what Rakesh, one of our good buddies here on the network, would think about that, because he's had some interesting thoughts to say about religion on some of our shows. And he's over there in New Zealand. But definitely another quote is, tact is the art of making a point without making an enemy. And then, my powers are ordinary, only my application brings me success. So that's another quote that folks may be willing to learn about these different mystery guests as well. And as a teen, he made a list of his past sins, and among them was threatening my father and mother, Smith, to burn them and the house over them. So definitely that's not a nice thing to say about your parents at all. So definitely that was a kind of touchy quote and all of that. But definitely that is some of the thoughts of our mystery guests. And like I said, next Wednesday, I will reveal a picture of our mystery guest. And that is 2 mystery guests. And then I might even bring in new mystery guests. And who knows, I may reveal them on the same day, or I may keep this habit going of kind of like giving y'all a chance to think about it, reflect on it, and come up with the answers. It depends on what kind of engagement I've had in the room. So since this may be a chance for team replay to go on, we're going to give you a chance to come come up with the 2 mystery guests and all of that. So definitely they are historical figures, no criminals this time, even though the mystery guest next time may have a criminal element, and no sports figures this time either, even though I may come up with that as well. And definitely neither one of these mystery guests are here in the Americas. So they are definitely foreign mystery guests, and that might help you as well. So definitely think about it, look over those clues, let me know what you think are the mystery guests, and the first one to send me a note on either LinkedIn or YouTube, or even on the regular email, which is bluesradio@gmail.com, well, that will be the winner. So y'all have got a week to try to figure it out, a week to figure out the mystery guest and all of that. On that note, I'm going to get out of here, but maybe y'all will think about it, and maybe y'all will come up with the mystery guest. First one to acknowledge the mystery guest will be the one that I will have to acknowledge as the winner. So we're going to see if anybody actually comes through. So I'll be looking on my LinkedIn, my YouTube, and of course you can also email me directly at bluesradio@gmail.com. So definitely, if that is something that you are interested in, do that in that regards. And don't forget that coming up this coming week, starting on Monday and running all the way till Sunday, will be another Black Business Olympics. So looking forward to that. Yours truly will be the engineer behind that. And we'll be looking forward to a great conversation by many leaders and all of that. So I'll be doing the remote engineering for that particular project. So definitely looking forward to seeing folks at that time and with that great event. So definitely keep that in mind, that is coming your way as well. As a matter of fact, one of the people involved with that is Lotus Richey. So as I'm getting out the door, I've got a couple of other spots that I'm gonna play. I'll play Lotus Richey's spot and maybe one from none other than Barbara, because I know both of them are involved in that great activity. And we're going to get out of here. This has been another edition of the Online Dinner Party. By the way, if you want to support these great efforts, don't hesitate to get in touch with us, and you can also make donations. The Cash App is $Mark Lee 1962. That's Mark Lee, lowercase, by the way, all of those letters, 1962. But that's the Cash App where you can reach me. You can also hit me on PayPal at mlee@haytide.org. That's mlee@haytide.org. Your support is always greatly appreciated, and I'm sure that some of my other companions and friends in this space would agree as well. But right now, let's get on out of here. We're going to share some information about what Lotus has got going on, what Barbara has got going on, and maybe some other shows here, including, don't forget that on tomorrow, we've got the LA Bachelor Hour at 4:30. We've got Coco McMillan at 6 o'clock. And of course, we've got Face the News at 7. And then also Stephen Walker will be coming your way at 8. But let's see what Lotus Richey is all about.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Are you ready? My coach, Barbara H. Smith. Why did I hire her? Because she's the best.
Barbara H. Smith is a powerhouse. She just walks in the room and grabs your attention, and she does that in a way that just makes you feel loved and like she's paying attention to you, she cares about you, and she wants to see you be your best self.
The coaching that I am receiving from Barbara H. Smith gives me confidence.
She was able to dig inside and find the passion that was deep within me.
Barbara's energy is one of the reasons that I had to have her as my coach. I love the way she is real with people.
The reason I felt like I needed a coach was because I have some big goals and I needed to build my confidence. I knew that Barbara could help me do that.
One conversation with Barbara H. Smith, and she will be able to tell you what it is you're missing.
I felt that I could trust her.
I would definitely recommend to get coaching from Barbara H. Smith if you feel like you need to level up your confidence. She would just help you feel like bold, like you can take on the world.
She has really shown me who I am. She has changed my mindset to a place that I know that I am more powerful today than I would have ever been if I had never met Barbara Smith.